One indiscriminate day, the world was plunged into catastrophe. People were forced underground and had to rely on the vast subway system to survive. This is how the story of Metro Royale begins. And so, welcome! After the catastrophe, the world was changed forever. New buildings popped up all over the surface, and a myriad of factions no one had ever heard of before sprung forth. The world underground kept developing, growing increasingly complex even as danger lurked in every corner. Some areas even saw the arrival of never-before-seen monsters. To survive in this harsh environment, you must arm yourself and gear up, scour the world for supplies, and eliminate enemies for their loot. Then make your way to the return point and evacuate within the allotted time. After evacuating, you can exchange your on-hand supplies for wealth to purchase even more advanced weapons and equipment. Become even stronger. In times like these, people will do anything to gain an advantage. That's why, when you're out collecting supplies, besides looking out for the various factions, stay vigilant against other players' attacks. If you get eliminated, they'll be able to loot your supplies. However, don't be discouraged. In this place, you'll have like-minded comrades to support you. You will experience the hardships of growth together as you gradually transform into mighty heroes. Are you all ready to face this dangerous yet thrilling new world? Welcome to Metro Royale Rookie Manual. Today, we'll be introducing Metro Royale modes to help you get to know the features and gameplay of each mode. In Metro Royale, there are 4 modes: the Basic Map's Basic Mode and Undercover Mode, and the Advanced Map's Advanced Mode and Assault Mode. In Basic Mode, players can open crates or eliminate enemies in the map to get supplies and loot, then reach the return point to evacuate and take home the loot. Basic Mode can be a great training ground to help players get familiar with the map environment and resource allocation. And if you don't evacuate safely, no need to worry. Although being eliminated in Basic Mode will cause your supplies and loot to be dropped, you won't lose your equipment. Activating Undercover Mode requires an Undercover Agent ID. Players don't need to bring their own equipment, as they will be undercover and disguised as bandits in the map. Bandits in the map won't initiate attacks on players. This allows players to freely travel between different areas, open crates to collect supplies, without bandits getting in your way. But if players actively attack and eliminate a bandit, their identity will be exposed. Do keep in mind that undercover equipment is weak, so stay vigilant against other players. Activating advanced maps requires a certain loadout value. Compared to basic maps, advanced maps are more abundant in supplies and have more diverse gameplay. Radiation zones can only be found in advanced maps and are full of supplies, which attracts lots of players. Many enemies are also stationed there, making for intense combat. Players eliminated in advanced mode have a certain probability of dropping their equipment, leading to high risk and high rewards. Activating Assault Mode also requires a certain loadout value. When entering Assault Mode, players don't need to bring their own equipment and will enter a match that is already underway with other players. Enemies in the map won't initiate attacks on players, but players that actively attack and eliminate them will have their identity exposed. Players eliminated in Assault Mode won't lose the equipment they had before the start of the match, and players who evacuate safely will obtain additional rewards. And since advanced maps are abundant in supplies, playing Assault Mode is a great opportunity to cash in on the low risk and high reward. That's it for the 4 Metro Royale modes. Choose the mode that best suits you and enjoy the fun of different modes. Welcome to Metro Royale Rookie Manual. Today, we'll be introducing the Frontline Confrontation map. Frontline Confrontation is a Metro Royale map suitable for rookies. This is where the Steel Front and the Cobras once fiercely fought. Members of both factions have remained even after the ceasefire. Due to the urban areas of Frontline Confrontation being relatively spread out, there is a lower chance of encountering other players when collecting supplies. The overall pace of this map is relatively relaxed. However, the terrain being mostly flat results in a very open view. Most areas only offer trees or rocks as cover. Thus, you'll need to be extra careful of enemies when moving about and evacuating. That's why many players opt for the underground routes. Frontline Confrontation has 5 underground areas, 2 subway lines, a tunnel, a storage vault, and an armory. Be aware that enemies hiding in the dark underground areas are difficult to detect. Those who wish to safely explore the underground areas should bring a night vision helmet, night vision goggles, or a thermal sight scope to see enemies in the dark. Since Frontline Confrontation doesn't have a radiation zone and urban supplies are spread out, those wishing to collect supplies quickly can go to the underground storage vault connected to Battle Line. After scavenging the surface, head deeper underground to search for more supplies. Furthermore, Frontline Confrontation has 2 password-locked doors, located at Tribe and Yasnaya PD. They must be opened using password letters of the corresponding color. Password letters are commonly found in the file cabinets or file packages. The supply crates behind the password-locked doors contain valuable items that can be sold and are important resource points. Of course, you can also challenge the bosses. Apart from the 2 permanent bosses marked on the Frontline Confrontation map, bosses also randomly spawn. These bosses have high health and varied attacks. Before challenging them, make sure to have enough ammo and consumables. When fighting a boss, utilize the cover of your surroundings or move quickly to dodge attacks. Defeating these powerful enemies provides a chance to get better equipment. That's all for this intro to the Frontline Confrontation map. Go explore it yourself. Welcome to Metro Royale, Rookie Manual. The old blockade zone was formerly a military-restricted area, but now 2 evil forces divide the land. If Frontline Confrontation could be considered as a new player's tutorial, then Old Blockade Zone would be their first real adventure into the underground. Old Blockade Zone is more abundant in supplies than Frontline Confrontation. However, accessing the Old Blockade Zone's advanced mode also has a higher loadout requirement. Old Blockade Zone is a dense urban area with tightly packed buildings. While collecting supplies, it's common to encounter other players, so don't let down your guard while exploring. Of course, you can also move around via the underground routes. Although Old Blockade Zone only has 1 subway line, it's vast and complex, connecting multiple areas of the underground. Of those areas, the deserted base is a dark zone. Dark zones have lots of supplies, but are also shrouded in danger. Night vision equipment is a must. Continue following the subway line to reach the Radiation Zone. The Radiation Zone has the best rewards, but also the most risk. It contains valuable supplies, but is full of radiation and danger. When entering, be ready to face radiation and enemies. Besides the fast procurement of supplies in the Radiation Zone, Old Blockade Zone also has 3 password-locked doors, blocking you from some high-value sellable items. They're located in the barracks, snake pit, and the underground garage. Password letters of the corresponding color must be used to open the door and obtain the supplies. To obtain better supplies and equipment, you will need to challenge and eliminate bosses. Apart from the 2 permanent bosses marked on the map, there are also a few points that randomly spawn invasion bosses that provide more opportunities to obtain equipment. That's all for this intro to the Old Blockade Zone map. Go explore it yourself. Welcome to Metro Royale, Rookie Manual. Today, we'll be introducing the Misty Port map. Misty Port was originally a small portside town with a pleasant climate, but a few incidents left it a desolate area that is now restricted. Only 2 major forces remain, competing for resources. Misty Port's main activity area is 1,700 by 900 square meters. It has rich and complex terrain, and although the urban resource points are scattered, there are many zip lines around the map connecting to the subway line, allowing you to get around quickly. Because of this, Misty Port's overall battle pace is quite fast and intense. The 2 boss spawn points act as gathering points for battles. Compared to other maps, Misty Port's underground isn't as dark and night vision equipment isn't as necessary. Although the subway line is very long and spans the entire map, those wanting to quickly collect supplies will have to go to the Radiation Zone, the mine warehouse. The mine warehouse is located in the upper right side of the map. Many mutated enemies lurk there, and the large warehouse lab at the center randomly spawns a mutant boss Variant F who uses fire, or Variant P who spews venom. These mutants guard the warehouse's valuable supplies. Compared to the two previous maps, the high-value sellable items in Misty Port are more common. To quickly get these supplies, you can skip opening crates in the radiation zone and head to the 3 password-locked doors instead. Obtain password letters of the corresponding colors to open them, and obtain the loot within. There are 2 fixed bosses in Misty Port, Firejoy and Fire Roy, that use fire attacks. When challenging them with teammates, spread out as much as possible. Also, be aware that there is chance in each match for the bosses to become reinforced. The bosses can then transform into special bosses that use drones and shields, Handsome Jesse or Handsome Pete. When facing off against them with teammates, make sure to focus your fire. Defeating these powerful enemies provides a chance to get better equipment. That's all for this intro to the Misty Port map. Go explore it yourself.
Introducing PUBG Mobile's Metro Royale. Aside from the classic Battle Royale mode, now it also includes the Metro Royale game mode. Metro Royale tests players' shooting and evacuation strategies. Make sure to load up your inventory with equipments, ammunition, and healing supplies before entering the battlefield. There are 2 extraction points on the map. Plan your route strategically to maximize the extraction of your loot and return safely to the lobby. The main objective will be maximizing the loot value before heading to the extraction point within the time limit, as the loot will carry forward for your progress in future games. There are different types of unique bandits, ranging from normal bandits to snipers and cobra bandits. Make sure to defend yourself from other players too. Survival should be your first priority, as all current inventory items will be lost upon elimination. Buy various weapons, armor, attachments, and advanced items from the merchant in the black market to upgrade your loadouts. Progress will be carried forward, which can continuously enhance the strength of your equipment. Choose the map selection at the bottom left side. Currently, there are 4 maps with unique areas, enemies, and interactions for you to explore. Gain access to advanced mode as you progress, where there are more challenging enemies, higher tier loot, and access to the dangerous radiation zone. The new chapter of Metro Royale introduces a new mode called Zombie Uprising, featuring zombies in place of bandits, significantly more dangerous enemies, new weapons, and higher tier loot. There are many new zombie bosses introduced, each with their own unique characteristics. Keep an eye on the map, as bosses will spawn throughout the game as night arrives. It introduces a day and night system where nighttime exploration becomes significantly dangerous with increased mobs and boss spawns. Stick with your team.
Good afternoon, welcome back ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Metro Royale 2024 with me, Choo Choo, and always gonna be always ready for you guys. Mr. Cloud as well. Fortune favors the brave here today.
Yes, only the bravest will gain the most points here today, and we are in day number 2 of week number 2, and so far Fellas ID have been doing really well, but to be fair, they've played more games than a lot of the other teams. So today we'll balance out all the games, and we will see by the end of the day who will gain maximum points from this week.
Yep, when it comes to contenders, yeah, so far we do have some good contenders, including like Boom. Maybe today we're gonna see a bit more on Stem9, possibly depending who's playing. But when it comes to the rotation of the map, today we're gonna have another Misty Port and Zombie Uprising. Now, so far yesterday, if you want to compare with week 1, definitely Arctic Base do have more loot. But when it comes to Misty Port, yesterday has been a turn-off event by a lot of teams.
Yes, and the turn of events might happen today because we'll be re-rolling the groups. So we're going to start off with Group C, D, and then B, D, and then B, C. Today is the 25th of August. We are in the middle of the group stages. One more week to go before we decide who will be the top 6 to move on to the grand finals that will be happening on the 7th of September. So mark your calendars, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep, but when it comes to the point system in the Metro Royale, so loot value wise, it's going to be pre-loot value with depending on the map itself. So that's definitely going to be the loot value excluding the loot out itself. While player elimination will cost 300 points per elimination, while the bonus point weekly we also have it in Metro Royale 20 points for the most, which is going to be the number 1 team.
And they will be aiming for a $10,000 moolah here, in which the placements, as you can see here on screen, the champion will take home $1,500, and it dwindles all the way down naturally. But we also have rewards for teams that participate. So there will be $50 per match that will be given away to the teams who join every single game.
Now, speaking of the teams, we do know it's going to be all winner coming from Group D because everybody will walk away with something. Group A, we have Team Mantap, Fellas ID, ETS. Group B, we have MetroCeria or MCR, Sem9, FaZe Clan. Group C, Arkong, MetroMini or MOMs, and Prime, HLV for Group D, Boom Esports, and nongYing. And so far, the most aggressive, I got to say, the couple of teams that love to brawl down there.
Yes, but if they brawl, they must make sure that they have a strategy here. And the strategy will start off by strategizing routes. And to be another team, then they will have to battle it out. And the most important part is to gain supplies, because that will bring them the points in. But while they gain supplies, they might meet up with bosses. So they have to fight those bosses to get a good amount of loot.
Now, when it comes to the loot out preview of both Zombie Uprising and Misty Port, since it's pretty much almost the same map, and when it comes to the terrain, and when it comes to the radius spot, it's the radiation spot. So we're gonna have the same loadout, but the difference is gonna be the loot value, because we do know Misty Pot do offers a bit more.
Yes, and what is offering more is, of course, our teams here. So far, FaZe ID is still leading the chart with 38 million points, followed by Boom Esports, 16 million points, 795 million points. nongYing, 4 million points. AKG just below nongYing by about 200,000. That's about 4 million points as well. And we have a Prime team also in the top 6.
Unfortunately, when it comes to week number 2, ETS, I think we saw they tried to make a comeback. They tried to make it happen, but unfortunately, they forced too much of a brawl early on. They did not win any of those fights, even didn't get any eliminations, including FaZe Clan as well. They are at the very bottom here, but can they make a change when it comes to our map rotation here today?
Yes, we're going to start off with Group A versus B. So that's going to be Team Mantap, FaZe ID, ESTIR the Strong, HLV, Boom Esports, as well as nongYing. So this will be 2 very interesting groups. And so far, just to summarize as well, based off of yesterday, all the rounds, they were dominated by Indonesian region teams that collected the most points. Most importantly, FaZe ID, they dominated the entire day. But today, FaZe ID will be playing lesser games, so there could be other teams that might be on the rise today.
Speaking of the rise, I don't feel it's going to be the rise for ETS. With 2 maps remaining, they are the only team with 0 points as well down there. Plus, coming up from Group A, we only have 2 maps to go here today for our first start of the rotation. Well, it's going to be tough, but it's doable. I mean, like within, especially when it comes to Misty Pot, it's going to be double-digit loot that they have to go for.
Yeah, so that is the goal that they have to go for. But at the same time, they have to protect themselves from potentially other teams that might eliminate them. And even yesterday, we saw the attempt by SOZip in the very last game to try to take out Boom Esports. Well, he managed to get 1 elimination, so he kind of cut their loot value by maybe about 300,000 or 400,000 at the time, and that kind of pushed Boom Esports a little bit down. But anyway, we'll see if that happens again today, because we're going to start it off inside of Zombie Uprising as game number 1 commences.
Now, when it comes to this grouping, it's going to be A versus D. And so far, no stopping towards FLS or Team FaZe ID. And this might be their last chance to push their numbers up. But this is going to be super interesting, because we finally get to see them versus Boom Esports. But speaking of nongYing, well, my oh my, no break there at all. And I love the fact that nongYing will try to put a stop on FaZe ID progress here.
This is arguably one of the teams with the highest firepower going up against FLS, who is struggling to collect points. So based on the ranking, it kind of looks obvious. But then again, FLS, maybe they could come up with a surprise or an upset. As FLS, they don't seem to be interested to take the spike. But nongYing, they're not a team that likes to shy away from fights, so they might want to go in for the chase. But Martin is knocked down.
Now, FLS definitely not struggling for the points here, because we do know when it comes to firepower, yesterday they have been amazing defending two or three teams at the same time. When it comes to eliminations wise, LAN always prepared with Pram too, but unfortunately they caught Arya, and we do know how crucial Arya is in the playoff of FLS.
Yeah, Arya, he has been a very crucial team player for them. But they fight back though, as LAN will secure another elimination point. So that's going to be one each for each team. Now for FaZe ID, it's going to be real interesting to see if they can continue on the fight, or are they going to escape through the back route. But we can see Goddard opening up the space as well, trying to find the members of FLS.
Persistent and consistency of getting those brawls going. That's going to be nongYing's prime objective here when it comes to the Metro Royale still. But with the deduction of Arya through the lineup of FLS, it's definitely going to be difficult for them to have their loot value up. But we do know Prem and Dree can actually take away, especially Prem. But Prem's firepower is definitely stronger as well. So they need all three members to just go for the frag first. They have to do with nongYing. If not, nongYing will never leave them alone.
Yeah, so they have to find a way to fight back, right? Because we can see nongYing, they are still in pursuit of FLS. As SO Zip is looking at another corner, so they're trying to close down FLS. At this moment, FLS, they seem to be running away from the competition while they get loot along the way as well, hoping for nongYing to not be overly aggressive onto them. But they stop here to fight this boss. And nongYing is monitoring the situation, so they gotta be extra aware of the surrounding in case nongYing comes by.
The boss who just spawned the variant afters now didn't actually make a turn, so it's pretty easy for them to deal with from the backside. But on the side of nongYing, I want to see if they're still gonna consistently and persistent when it comes to going against FLS. So FLS, we do know their plan is always gonna be Arya as the most precious player. Try to put him out as soon as they got the value up on him. But without Arya, I do want to see who will take away that role. But Boom and SLB, Boom is also another team that can contest against Fellas ID.
Yeah, and Alex is all alone though, and that's going to be a straightforward knockdown and elimination onto Alex, and HLV loser fairly early on. In fact, not only one player, they lost 2 players already now, with only 1 player left.
Thing is about this Metro Royale, every single player, despite about their firepower, not but their pocket, seems to be very valuable for those loots. Now with only 1 player left on the side of HLV, if he's even running away from the team fight just now, try to save himself as much looting as possible. But Boom seems to be tailing hot on his back. And Genies, I think it's best for him to actually go the other way round. So maybe that way, just trying to buy a bit more time and slowly trying to find a couple of loots around the corner. But he cannot afford to fight against a boss right now. And the night time is hitting very soon. This is going to be trouble for HLV.
Yeah, and the fact that they're not playing without Ate, one of their top fragging players, it makes it a little bit more difficult for HLV. So what Genies can probably do the best is just to focus on the loot, try to avoid all the fights, even the fights with the zombies or even the bosses, and just cash out whatever he can get out of this round. That is the best they can do as a solo player now.
For the side of Team Mantap, yesterday wasn't such a great day for them. I think definitely they tried to go more tactical today without trying to get into fights early. Unlucky for them, yesterday we saw a lot of time they taking a bit of a dip in the water area and try to swim and wait it out. And I assume today they're going to play around the shoreline. Yep, it's back towards their default mode from yesterday. There's going to be Team Mantap just waiting it out for the right time to just loot up and then just going to boot themselves out from this map.
Yeah, 2 of the players still looting, but the other 2 is enjoying the scenery, enjoying the water. I know weather is probably hot nowadays, so the water is really tempting. I can definitely get that. It's just that because they play by the shoreline and it's a similar strategy like they have deployed before. So hopefully that other teams do not read them out and try to come to this area to eliminate them. If not, it will be potentially 0 points for Team Mantap.
So far, we're back to teams that actually taking the radiation zone. This time, ESTIR the Strong, or ETS, definitely have different rotations compared to their previous day here, which was more aggressive and brawls early on and got himself one of the highest looting value, 1.6 millions by now hitting that 1.7. But in the meantime, we just hope that nobody will try to disrupt their looting phase because they definitely need the points so much with 2 more maps remaining for ETS.
Yeah, so they'll be doing their own thing in the radiation zone. But we got 3 teams here, including Genie Boys. So Genie Boys definitely don't want to engage against any team at all, especially if it's FLS, a team that has a high fragging firepower.
The more you try to negate yourself away from this conflict, the more it will chase you out. Speaking of irony, but on the side of FLS, I mean, Genie was trying to run away from Boom before, but bumping into FLS is not really a good sign as well, because this is going to be the team that when it comes to firepower, especially LAN and Pram, pretty good at shooting people down, so hopefully Ginny can stay alive just a couple of minutes more and wait it out for FLS to leave.
Yeah, praying for them to just move away from this area and he can continue to loot with whatever loot that's left for him. Probably won't be high value loots, but being the final player, the sole surviving player for HLV, he'll be happy with whatever that he can get.
It's nighttime right now. Waiting for the bosses to spawn and maybe a horde. On the side of Boom, this is going to be super interesting. If they bomb into FLS, I want to see that happen for once because the only team that do have some contest against when it comes to the points later today, it's going to be Boom so far. And Boom, they lost one man early on against against possibly HLV. Maybe that's going to be the case. Because FLS were fighting against nongYing and they're trying to part their ways and definitely not interested with the fight. But for HLV, I mean, Genie is not the type they're going to sit here quietly, I assume.
Okay, looks like he wants to go for it. All right, and with that nade sent across onto a member of HLV, that will reveal his position on the second floor. But wait a second. Dude, don't loot. You know there's somebody around. And Genie Boys tried to go for it, but failed attempt, and now he's on lower ground instead, goes up to the second floor and gets a knockdown. Genie Boys fights back.
That's questionable, really, because we saw just now how the grenade just exploded. I think maybe he was assuming it was a zombie attack or something like that coming out from the side of FLS because they're not fighting that entirely. I mean, I'm not even trying to scout it out what really happened here. But Genie, that's definitely going to be a bit of an advantage when it comes to looting and try to steal away from the death boxes just now. But unfortunately, it's not one of the highest value boxes that he actually executed the player here. But it still cost quite a number, 500,000 of that.
Yeah, that's actually not too bad considering that he is the one and only player left for HLV. And the other members of FLS not really going in for him yet. So I guess they are also aware that, oh, we're only down to 2 players. If we lose to another player, that will mean our pockets are pretty dry. So focus on the objective, loot, and maybe they want to consider making an early ejection.
Prime is going to be the one that holding the most value out of FLS player. And I assume maybe for the side of FLS, the moment the sun rises, they're probably going to just try to find an extraction point here because of how close they are against Boom. And we do know, even though nongYing seems to be around towards the area of the radiation zone, which is going to be the mines warehouse, they're probably going to come up anytime soon as well for the extraction point, if the extraction point is not available down there.
Yeah, so that's something to consider as well because they will need to eject themselves in less than 10 minutes more. Look at the timer right now. For Boom Esports, I Am Jago unfortunately went out, so a casualty for Boom Esports. And now it's nighttime, and they'll be around this area surrounded by hordes of zombies. Try to gather as many loot as possible while fending off zombies. And so far, I mean, these zombies are still pretty okay, manageable by one single player. But if a boss shows up in this area with 3 players, they will need to have a focus fire onto that boss together.
Yep. And when it comes to you guys that have no clue about Metro Royale, there's also tips for you guys. When it comes nighttime, zombies will attack you on sight. And not just that, they'll be more aggressive and there'll be more when it comes to the numbers too. But it depends on how you want to see the situation is, whether the bright side or the dark side of it. The dark side is probably going to be more zombies. If you're scared of zombies, it's definitely not going to be for you for this Metro Royale mode. But if you love zombies and you feel like you're super strong, nighttime is going to be the best time for you to loot things out.
Yeah, it is. High risk, high reward, they say, during this kind of time. And Genie Boys is definitely playing the hard mode. So with 1 player left. And good for him. The fact that FLS, they are still around the area, but they're not in this mansion, so it's still okay for him. So all he needs to do is just to focus onto the loot and also make sure that he manages the NPCs around him. FLS, oh, they happen to be on the other side of the mansion, so it's distance. But looks like he's taking a bit of risk to go inside and try to get as much loot as possible. He's toting quite a value onto him, so he has to make sure that he survives this.
Speaking of survival, right? I mean, like, taking the loot right now in night is pretty normal and pretty okay for now. Question is, the moment the sun rises, there's going to be only few extraction points that will be contested by tier 3 teams on top of where HLV stands. So that's going to be quite a massive extraction later on.
Yeah, and that will mean that it will be interesting for us. Okay, so now we're back with Genie Boys 3. Someone has an idea Genie Boys is still around. But at least Genie Boys, he is aware of his opponents on the other side, so he's keeping that distance. But the interesting part is that he's still not leaving this mansion yet. And there's probably going to be an extraction point on the rooftop. Maybe that's why he's still hanging around, hoping for the extraction point to appear itself, and then he can't wait to eject himself.
I don't know about that idea right now, because if he's trying to force it out later, even though the sun rises, there's a extraction point nearby, there's a high chance he gets shot down anyways, with nongYing now behind him as well. It's going to be wanted list for Genies here right now. 3 teams trying to take him out, and FLS probably not going to be one of them. They just give it away with their positions there. But for early on, we saw how HLV struggle against this team, including nongYing. Now we're talking about nongYing, one of the teams that persistence when it comes to chase a target. But boom!
Whoa.
Surprises! Oh, ETS! And that's a huge loot as well!
Wow, just like that! Man, ETS, they drop all their loot to Boom Esports. But speaking about Boom, the nade went boom onto Goddard, and now he's down on his knees. Zip will need to come in to back his teammate up. Genie Boys monitoring the situation. Not sure how will he be able to take advantage of it, but he will get whatever he can take. If he can take away, steal away elimination out of Goddard, he'll be pretty happy with that.
There was a huge turn out of the event for ETS. Unfortunately, they ended up with a 0 since Boom gatekeep them around the exit area, knowing the fact there's no extraction point around the radiation zone just now. But for the side of HLV, this is quite a high risk but high reward if you can actually hold their ground. FLS might be a bit busy against nongYing, the one that actually is celebrating. Probably going to be HLV.
Yeah, the good news for Genie Boy is that it is already daytime. But for Goddard, definitely will be eliminated. Oh, wait a second. Oh, that's SOZip shooting his own teammate. So that's probably a signal like, dude, don't make mistakes like that, okay? We can't afford it. But SOZip has to go in for the revive. He does have some space because Martin is at the front to hold the line for him.
Speaking of Martin, now going to his side of Goddard, he tried to revive, go for the rescue mission. For nongYing, this is pretty tough themselves. I feel like now Kama hits on the side of nongYing, try to brawl people out of this map. Now Goddard will be knocked down again. Martin going back to go for another save. Twice in a row now. And Genie, thanks to that, I mean, definitely can extract himself out as long as he got himself an extraction point.
Yeah, now it's real high time for Jimmy Boy, since these 2 teams are distracting each other. Goddard will be back up again. Genie Boy says, hasta la vista, baby. He will be on his way to the extraction point. Now, SOZip is going to come in. It seems that nongYing, as usual, not a team to shy away from fights. And they'll be happy to take out FLS.
And yep, and FLS, there's quite a high value loot on Prem and Juri right now. Cannot afford to lose any of their members. Here comes SOZip climbing up to the second floor. And Goddard keep the pressure on, keep them distracted. As SOZip managed to breach in quietly. And now things are getting a bit more rowdy on this side. Don't forget about timer. 3 minutes on the clock and less than 4 at that. They have to extract themselves out and deal with this at the same time.
Yeah, time is no longer on their side. I mean, 3 minutes to 30 seconds before they must extract. If not, now the points will count. As Martin now aiming a nade across, but nobody's at home. FLS, they move to the back of this building, but look at this. Boom Esports happen to come by just behind nongYing, and SOZip will fall.
It's going to be Dappin taking some shots. They're going to run and gun here for the side of Boom. I mean, they want to secure another elimination. 8 across the board, I think, or 7 just now. After they finish off the entire crew of ETS, they stole away the entire loot value. Next is going to be finding those extraction points nearby. And surprisingly, this time for this map, all the teams seems to be sharing the same compound, except for Team Mantap, of course.
Yeah, Team Mantap, 3 of the players extracted. HLV, Genie Boys, as what we expected, went for the extraction, so he's out of here now. But for FLS, as well as nongYing, they're still locked in with each other with about 2 minutes and 30 seconds more before the timer goes out. And Dre is in a 1v1 fight against Martin. Martin cooking up his nade. He will send it across onto Dre, but the nade will not damage Dre at all.
Yeah, I think Dre just shot himself a flag gun. But for nongYing, even though this point they have 2 players left, but try to challenge the heck out of it. Don't forget about the timer, 2 minutes on the clock. It's going to be lesser than that in the next 10 seconds. So nongYing, as well as a Boom, they have to deal with this and just get out. If not, every single point they got from those eliminations will not count as well.
I know, right? That is the brutality of the timer. Boom Esports, they're absolutely out. And now FLS 2 out as well. Only nongYing left. But without any other competition on the battleground, they should be able to extract themselves with the remaining time left. And it's just a matter of them finding the extraction point. It's now down to Martin and Gora to both of them exit.
Oh, for the side of Boom, this is definitely undisputed, and they might actually overtake FLS by end of this round slowly for the next map as well. Since the next map of the Misty Port will be the last round for FLS. Now that gives so much opportunity for Boom, who coming out from Group D. They have more rotation of maps today. We're going to see if they can actually overtake FLS in the very last minute. But for the side of nongYing, I think there's 1 more minute to go. They probably will try to put themselves out, at least try to find those green points of distraction right now, because if not, even though they got themselves that 2 elimination, it will not count at all.
Oh, okay, there you go. They are out and they will cash in, and we will wrap up this round. And the bigger winners would definitely be Boom Esports, 4 million-ish. One of the reasons because Fellas ID, FLS, they were very, very distracted with a lot of fights happening around them. Boom Esports, they even got a good amount of eliminations along the way. And this is a confirmation here. Boom Esports is the bravest of them all with 4.5 million value cashed in.
Thanks to ETS for that value, honestly. They gate cap on the side of the exit route from the mines warehouse. I mean, that's one way to do it. If either you try to wait it out around the extraction points, or wait while the players try to get out from the radiation zone, because there's only 2 entry in from the mines warehouse. So something can be gate capped by the other teams, and that's going to be painful to watch. At ETS, another time they didn't score anything.
Yeah, I know, right? That's like 4 eliminations for Boom Esports, and that brings a value of 1.2 million, just like that, to Boom Esports. And at the same time, not only they gain the points for themselves, but they also deny away the points from other teams. And in this case, it's going to be ETS, unfortunately, got eliminated. So they remain 0 points in this round. But the bigger question, like what you said, right? Boom Esports, will they be able to do enough to overtake Fellas ID? So far, this round is so good for them. They got a lot more points as compared to Fellas ID. And they will still have more games as compared to Fellas ID today. So the chances of them overtaking Fellas ID is definitely there.
This also depends on Fellas ID for their next map or their last map rotation, which is going to be Misty Port, which we do know when it comes to loot value wise, it will double or maybe 5 times more than Zombie Uprising, but the bosses will be way more difficult. So far, we haven't seen Fire, Joy and Roy to be fought by these players because maybe it's just too much. We did see a couple of them happen to be bumping into those bosses, but nobody willing to take the fight, maybe because they are pretty strong themselves. And when it comes to even the mobs in Misty Port, is way stronger. You can go for those long range fight with those what you call the soldiers, right? So it's not going to be zombies this time. So the fight will be slightly more difficult. But if FLS can score around 12 million for this round, now that kind of solidify their position at #1 spot maybe by end of today.
Yeah, so this also depends like what the variables, right? Like whether teams happen to bump into them, just like how we saw earlier on, like nongYing chasing them down. They thought they got away. They went to the mansion. They had a good amount of time to loot until nongYing came by and they just disrupt their looting phase. They even lost like 2 players in the process. So that would cut their they would cut their loot rather significantly by about 50%. They should still be on number 1 just because they've created that gap. But of course, they will be playing lesser games as compared to the other teams. Today, we will even up the amount of games, and that opens up opportunity for Boom Esports to actually do it. But Boom Esports happen to be the same group as nongYing as well, so that's a bit of a risk there. But let's check out the numbers from this round, and Boom Esports is the clear winner.
Yep, and FLS, at least they scored 1.5, so it's still going to be some progress than nothing at all compared like ETS. I mean, they are the only team with a 0 by end of this week. Possibly, it depends on the next few rounds. Like it or not, they have only one more map to go. Team Mantap, finally they get to score something this time around as well.
Yeah, played absolutely passive, not involved in any fights at all. They just did their own thing the whole way, and they cashed in 383,000 points. No eliminations, not going to be a problem for them, but a slow climb. Because at the end of the day, it is all about getting into the top 6 to be the grand finals. And the chosen one this time goes to Boom Esports Array.
Boom, I mean, that's definitely one of the smartest players that actually did it when it comes to gatekeeping ETS. But for Rays cashing out almost 4 million, that's a lot of pressure for the player that actually playing the looter for the team. Because like we saw before, FLS without Arya seems to be struggling for that loot value to go up. Because I think Arya is pretty good when it comes to finding those high value loot. So for the side of Boom, Rays has done it this time. And it's super high pressure when he's trying to find those extraction points. But he made it out anyway. But add on to that, he got himself some player eliminations too.
Yeah, 4 eliminations. He was probably the one that eliminated ETS earlier on because that was their only encounter. So his one spray got all of them, brought them an extra 1.2 mil just like that. But we're going to check out the match recap here from the previous round. So on the left side, nongYing kind of chased out FLS. They were just trailing behind FLS all the way until they all met at a Garnet Mansion. While ETS, they're just doing their own thing at Mine Warehouse until Boom Esports, well, they were in an encounter, in a fight, until they decided like, okay, it's not worthwhile to fight anymore. Let's go to Mine Warehouse, and they happened to see ETS there.
Yeah, I mean, I did not expect Garnet Mansion to be that popular for this map here. That's going to be good news for Team Mantap. It means that nobody will disrupt their looting around the shoreline, around the sea area. But when it comes to the gap, it seems like it shrank down a bit here, Cloud. 22 million and almost 40 million for FLS. But FLS, the next map is going to be the last run. We haven't seen Sam9 yet here today, but nongYing, when it comes to getting those eliminations, I mean, that's going to be their aim for the entire day.
Yeah, they're in this game just to like gain eliminations. It's like a regular battle royale game for them. Although they're in the middle pack, but they scored like the highest among the middle pack teams with 12 eliminations there. And on page number 2, so we do have here, unfortunately, ETS still at 0 points. So they will need to work out something big for them to make a big comeback here.
I mean, at least we're having the second map, the highest looting map compared to Zombie Uprising. So there's still chances for them to actually just put in the numbers for the side of ETS. But we do know when it comes to those radiation zone, ETS probably will think twice to, you know, have their guard down when they try to exit out. It's always going to be the exit out from the map that's quite nerve-wracking. It's quite irony, really, if you compare it with the Battle Royale mode. You want to stay inside of the map as long as you can, but for the side of Metro Royale, you want to get out as fast as you can, as long as it seems safe.
Yeah, and as long as you have enough loot. But we also have not enough of this. This is the okay, new attempt, new day, new attempt. Okay, let's try to do it right. PUBG Mobile Enter Carnival is officially open, matey. Call your friends to join a pirate bash. explore the ocean nourishing new team area called the Pirates, Woody Island, and make sure you collect airdrop tokens. If not, I am going to steal it from you and upgrade my pirate ship. And make sure you upgrade your crate to a level 5 for a guaranteed stat, matey. If not, I will steal it away from you again. And also jump into the game to collect your crates. If not, I will find you and I will steal it from you.
If you guys actually listen Cloud sounding like that in a toilet, just don't disrupt him, man. He's doing his pirate things in there.
Yeah, I practice every day, you know.
It was close enough. I do prefer yesterday's one, but today is really doing okay for the warm-up. And speaking of warming up, you guys should warm up into the game because we have the limited outfit from the 6th to 13th of August, the Galadra X-Suit plus the Advanced Upgradable MG3 in the game. So make sure you guys check it out because it's going to be one of the most classy and looking so posh with the X-Suit. And speaking of being posh and being classy, the teams that seems to be maintaining their statue is going to be FLS. I do want to see if Boom can take the spot away.
You forgot to do your voice line. We still have more.
I forgot about it.
Yeah, we still have
I
more.
need more coffee, man.
It's always like the first one is the warm-up advertisement voice line. Yeah, so we'll do it again later. Maybe we can swap it out and you can do the pirates. Then let's see what kind of choo-choo pirate will we get today. But what we're also getting today is so far it has been a streak of Indonesian regions from yesterday to today, and Boom Esports obviously representing the Indonesian region, they scored the first highest points.
Yeah, I mean, the only way for the other teams, especially for them tied, like we do know nongYing going to play a lot here as well. The only way for them to actually do it, probably just take them down early. I mean, that's going to be one of the tips, right? For you guys that want to try out Metro Royale. Like, if you can actually eliminate all the other teams that happened to be in the first week, that happened during Arkong, actually take domination over the map. But unfortunately, they did not exit out on time. So everything gone to waste. If everybody else being eliminated early, since we only have 6 teams in total in one single map, all the loot will be yours to take if you're the last team standing.
Yeah, so that's going to be one strategy as well. Though Boom Esports, they play it very, very smartly. Okay, they went to Mansion and then there's like, so many teams here. Okay, we would just leave that area. Nobody got eliminated. They moved on to the radiation zone and they continue on there. So there's also a level of consideration to like if there's like so many things happening that you just don't want to be part of it. And they probably have evaluated as well that the fact that they are in the same group as nongYing, a team with a lot of firepower in them, it's a mix there at Mansion that you don't want to be part of.
I think that's what nongYing is trying to do, right? They're trying to just eliminate all the other teams and then just try to take the loot all by themselves for the entire map. But the problem is you have to reconsider that because the other teams do have firepower too. And they will put up a fight against you and that will waste so much time. Time is going to be the biggest factor if you want to go for like how nongYing plays. You want to eliminate everybody and try to go for the looting phase afterward. Probably not going to be enough time because don't forget the 20-minute mark is going to be so crucial after you're done with those fights. They're probably going to waste like 50 minutes just with a fight.
Yeah, I know, right? Even that fight at the mansion area took really, really long. But lucky enough, there was an extraction point at the mansion itself. So it allowed all these teams to extract before the timer goes out. So that's where teams also need to evaluate themselves. Like, are we capable enough of taking those fights? If it's like a 50-50, we might not want to risk it. If we have a very, very good chance, then perhaps they might want to go for it. Just like nongYing, they're very confident with their firepower, understandably so. But if not, then do what Boom does. Just go away and focus on to looting in other areas and at the same time surprise teams like ETS.
Yeah, I mean, that probably going to be a lot of teams' next target. Yeah, since Radiation Zone was just focused by ATS and Boom were waiting for the gatekeeping. Because Boom, when we actually saw they're going towards the side of Radiation Zone, they barely got a million. They deliberately waited around the exit out of the Radiation Zone, which was the Mines Warehouse, and they did not engage with the Ghana Mison's fight too much until when they have to find the extraction point after they got out from the tunnel, right? But if there's an extraction point inside of the Mines Warehouse, I think possibly there will be a lot of teams that try to go for Radiation Zone. It depends on whether they have an extraction zone or not around the area of the Radiation Zone itself.
Yeah, so it really depends, right? So far, but what we have evaluated is that there is one extraction zone like on top of that rooftop and one of the buildings in the middle, houses. But of course, that sometimes depends on whether it actually spawns there. But there is that possibility, at least based on what we have seen previously. If not, based on what we saw in the previous game, Boom Esports, they had the entire space for them to navigate around. So even if they went there and then after they're done with their loot and then they notice that, oh, the extraction point is not there, they had more than enough time to move to another extraction point. So that is how they kind of like have that space for them as well. So looking at the timing, it was important for Boom Esports. And because of that, that gave them that space to be versatile and change their plans when necessary.
But you have to give a lot of respect, speaking of avoiding conflicts and trying to negate himself from the unnecessary fight and just go for the looting. HLV, now that's something else, Genie Boys. I mean, he's playing it smart, and I don't know how he did it anyway. He ninja himself within FLS players, take one player down. I'm surprised they just let him just pass by like that.
Yeah, he ninja'd himself, right? But I do understand the part that you were trying to point out is that first encounter with FLS where he threw that nade, and then you must be thinking to yourself that in all logical sense, if you're naded from God knows where, you'll be at least looking around. You say, hey, where's that one player? But he went on to loot another crate, and then for Genie Boys, it's like, oh, you didn't even try to look for me. And that is how Genie Boy just overtook him.
I think the case of playing a Metro Royale sometimes is because of the zombies and the mobs. Because there are some maps, like even like Misty Port, yeah, there won't be zombies. It's gonna be like a humans that you're fighting against, but not really a real human to play, right? Basically, it's a bot. So maybe because of that, thought behind their mind is like, oh, maybe it's one of the mobs that actually scratching him from the back or something. I'm just gonna ignore it. But because of that reason, maybe that's why he's ignoring that complete destruction from HLV towards the FLS player. And speaking of FLS, they definitely could not afford to lose Arya early.
Yeah. To echo what you just said, I guess they forgot which map are we playing. But Arya is going to be definitely an important player because we've seen Arya multiple times bringing in the most valuable loot and manage to extract himself. But we'll be restarting this round again in a different map or a different game mode, that is. So let's see if we will get the same amount of result, or are we going to see something else? Because as a start, at least, as they spawn all the way on the right side of the map, away from the other teams. But for Big Spade from HLV, looks like he is going to rush in. Ate making his debut now.
He's going to one-to-one trade, and finally we get Ate. I agree. I mean, that's what they needed for the side of HLV. That's what they're lacking here just now. Not just about 3 players, but they cannot afford not to have Ate play. And that's what happened for HLV. They have some early problems when they cannot fight back with their firepower due to outnumbered, due to lack of the experienced battle royale player. But HLV seems like it's a backfire plan for nongYing.
Yeah, with Ate on their side, that gives them a lot more firepower. nongYing seems to be falling apart, and they become the first team to be eliminated. HLV, perfect run for them to secure their first 1.2 million points out of nongYing.
Oh, nongYing. I mean, like, they're definitely not going to be one of the teams at the very top when it comes to the points. Maybe because they focus too much on eliminations. But when it comes to looting, we never see nongYing actually loot. I hope they can actually make some comeback when it comes to next week, so we can actually see them, jump their numbers up. I do want to see them going a bit more tactical than just going for the brawls all the way. But ETS straight to it. The Mines Warehouse, we talked about this before. Will there be any challenges here as well?
Yeah, inside the radiation zone straight, just like how they did previously. Well, there will be spawns here, random NPC spawns as usual, and they're being attacked. So they're going to ignore all of that and go straight into their objective. The last time we saw the map, FLS, they were the closest team around this area. And if they were to go to this radiation zone, they might bump into ETS. And FLS, they are no pushover team. And speaking about FLS, they're actually already inside of the radiation zone.
Oh, this is going to be a bit of a rowdy start. And we do know a lot of mutants in here. I'm waiting for the bosses to be spawned. But as per usual, I think FLS is going to focus. Alright, you go loot and then you boot out. That's going to be the main, one and only main quest for the side of Aria. But question is there any extraction zone up here as well? And ETS, I think they are fighting a different team. Or maybe it's going to be FLS gatekeeping them from inside.
It looks like FLS here from our screen, and FLS, they managed to eliminate one player out of ETS. So that's going to be 300,000 points for FLS as a start. And FLS, they already pocketed 592 at least. Okay, another name sent across by Land, hoping to get a knockdown to the member of ETS, but ETS, they backed out of this. They learned their lesson. If they see a team, just like how they did in the previous round, just avoid it altogether.
At the same time, ETS, they cannot afford to go down this early here, Cloud. We do know they did not score anything when it comes to this entire week number 2. So I think them making a U-turn and just go for a different way. I mean, like, it's okay if they cannot get the most looting out of Mines Warehouse. There's a bunch of still high-value loot out there, especially nighttime. Zombie bosses do spawn outside as well.
Yeah, so it's not a bad idea for them to just get out of here. But they might want to surprise FLS. But FLS, they don't seem to be heading towards this direction. But if you look at the amount of loot for ETS, they have hardly looted anything yet. So with 15 more minutes to go, hopefully they have a plan. And maybe they might want to consider to go to another area instead of trying to challenge the radiation zone out of the hands of FLS.
Yep. I mean, it's doable. I've seen that before. I mean, FLS, how they actually push their numbers in week number 1, they don't really go for the radiation zone area. They actually loot out from the outside, and it's still quite a high value looting from the outside. Last time I saw, they actually scored a double digit, almost a double digit, or around 4 to 8 million worth in Zombie Uprising. We're not even talking about the Misty port here. We're talking about Zombie Uprising, and that's already high value on the outside of the radiation zone, so it's doable for the teams on the surface area too.
Yeah, it definitely is. I'm pretty sure about that too. It's just that they need to move a bit more around the map, which is not a bad idea as well. So rather than sticking yourself to one plan, and you would probably evaluate to yourselves that, oh, we won't be able to win this fight, and you gain nothing out of that. So it's better for them to just move away to somewhere else. And we do have Team Mantap here. They, as usual, like to play by the port, and Miss is enjoying a swim, as always, looking for the fishes and maybe for the mermaids that might spawn here, maybe. I mean, I'm just putting out there.
Oh, but yeah, Team Mantap, as per usual, is rinse and repeat for them. Let me check for Team Mantap. They definitely coming up from Group A, so this is gonna be their last run too. So I think they're just gonna aim for, play it very safe. Like I mentioned before, the armies in here is no joke. No one for Team Mantap got knocked down by those mobs.
Yeah, man. Do not look down on them. Although they don't look like those zombies, but they do carry weapons and they do fire back. And they have, they do carry different type of weapons as well. So it depends on what sort of army do you meet up with. And they still need to fight back. It's not like they can just play passively and not shoot at all. But for FLS, they'll be happily looting in the radiation zone, so we don't see any other team challenging them. In fact, they should have the space to take down any bosses to gain high-value loot in this area. And the best part is that in this warehouse that we can see land being at, normally there is an extraction point on the rooftop. So if no other team comes here to challenge them, they can happily loot here, extract themselves, and gain as many points as possible.
Yep. We're waiting if there's any disturbance. But best news for this lobby here right now, I would say, because nongYing being eliminated. So they're definitely going to be the biggest threat out of the equation in this lobby. But for FLS, how much of a gap can they stretch themselves against Boom by end of this map?
Yeah, that's absolutely right? Like something for us to look forward to as well is like how big of a gap can they remain? Because the previous round wasn't that great of a haul. It was about like, what, 500,000 or so. So this time around, they have to make do for it because they will be out of games. And that gives opportunity for teams like Boom Esports, who's still doing fairly well with 4 million-ish looted so far, to try to overtake them. And Boom Esports is definitely the top contender for this week. Last.
Now, Aria, almost 3 million worth of value. That's a boss, but the problem is the rest of the team's not nearby. If they can actually take this one out, maybe they can score double the value. I want to see if they can secure the highest I had last week, right, Cloud? The highest value across the entirety of the map was around 18 million, but that was Arctic base. I want to see if we can hit the similar amount of points when it comes to this map, which is going to be Misty Pop. But HLV, I mean, Team Mantap, they've been playing it quite safe before, but they don't like to share their compounds.
Yeah, but they have to share it with HLV now. And HLV has an idea that they're around fixed base. It's Noel, and that could be a straightforward knockdown since Noel is in an open position. And the other members of Team Mantap is still underwater, praying that fixed base do not spot them up. But fixed base probably saw it, and now he's finding that angle. Genie Boys is on his way as well.
Can he actually do another run for the team yet? But Genie Boy is actually the fragger for the team, I assume. He got himself 3 eliminations. The rest of them probably going to put 1 player as a looter. But Team Mantap, unfortunately, I mean, they're down to only 2 men, which means their pocket getting lesser now. With our team frantically trying to find a target. I think Alex is supposed to be the looter for the team because he's busy doing something else entirely. Now for Team Mantap, there's no more scores progress after this match, and that's going to be the last one as well. Unfortunately, it will not fare them so well.
0 points for Team Mantap here by playing passively, but Boom Esports definitely not playing passively. They're around the area where ETS is at, so this is going to be the second encounter today between these two. As things try to spike, but it's going to be 2 on the wall is what's separating them. Puya will need to win it. But Puya knocked down from behind. Now I Am Jago will need to follow up quickly.
Speaking of following up, Kozo will follow up too as the fallen teammate that tried to go for the rescue while Boom! They got himself over 2 million. They're the one actually have bigger risk to go against ETS. If ETS knocked them down, now they cannot afford to lose any members. I want to see how much of a value each of the player here. With Koza getting lesser amount of value, I assume maybe I Am Juggle hold the most out of Boom players.
Yeah, potentially, because he came in a bit later. Maybe he was busy looting. And ETS will be happy to be able to take out I Am Jago, being the final member of Boom Esports. Revenge, of course, is something they'll be looking forward to, besides just the points. But Ben, now down to 50% of health, he needs to reset himself. I Am Jago bought space for himself to move away from the fight.
Oh, over 1 million worth, and that's a big drop of value coming out from Boom after 3 of their members eliminated here. FLS, they're hitting the double digit as the other teams are struggling to be alive. ETS, at least they got himself 3 players, but their value-wise, they managed to come back with eliminations coming out from Boom players just now, putting themselves in. Oh, look at how the numbers just goes up instantly.
Yeah, I know, right? Look at this. Almost 10 million. FLS definitely wants to gain as big of a gap as well. And they'll be happier the fact that Boom Esports has only 1 player left. So there's only a limited amount of loot that one player can carry. And even worse, if he gets eliminated later on, that's going to be a 0-point round for Boom Esports, as they have not got any elimination points for themselves. But speaking about elimination points, HLV, they already got 8 elimination points.
Oh, 8 times by 3. That's almost 2.5 million worth already. And they add on to as 1.5. That's going to be around, probably by end of the day, they score themselves 5 million minimum. And but for the side of FLS, this stretch even further with Boom down to only 1 player left. Now, the moment we talked about Boom can catch up to FLS just shoot the numbers way up again.
Yeah, more than 10 million now. But at least the good news for Boom is that they still have more games as compared to FLS, and FLS will not be playing after this round. So it's the final haul here for FLS. As for Ayam Jago, at least he carried himself a decent amount of loot value. So I guess even if he extracts himself right now, he wouldn't mind doing that.
Now, ejection time, when it comes to 7 minutes on the clock, I think ETFs, I mean, they don't want to take too much risk here. They definitely didn't score anything throughout the entire week number 2. So this will translate into points later on. Finally, they make some progress. But are they satisfied enough with how much they have actually scored for this round? Because I think it's pretty okay with 3 eliminations on top. They're pretty decent. And HLV, they still have a full team. FLS, I think they're trying to push their limits. And for FLS, they just want to secure that number 1 by end of today.
Yeah, although the news is that for ETS, after the Strong, it is going to be their last game as well, since they're in Group A. So if they were to cash in this amount only, then yeah, they will gain minimum points for this week. And I guess they will be looking forward to next week to try to make a comeback to be at least in the top 6 to move on to the grand finals.
HLV, trying to push your limit. They still have a lot of time. They do found themselves extraction points as well. I think just right on top of Genie's. He spotted out those green smoke right across around like what 50 meters apart. But for Boom, I do want to see if he can actually find himself that final play of Boom. Did he found that extraction point?
Well, we're not sure whether he found it, but we're definitely sure whether that he has not extracted himself yet. But he has a good amount of time left, like less than 6 minutes. So he still has that time to maximize the amount of loot that he's able to carry this round, while fingers crossed not bumping into another team. Because right now, if you would bump into any other team, HLV has 3 players in the map. FLS, full squad, 4 players. So none of the other teams is on par with him in terms of manpower. So he would definitely be in a tough situation with whichever team that he bumps into.
Yep. Hopefully that's not going to be the case for this solo play, of course. But for Te, I think he's trying to gun for other people down. Maybe waiting. You know, we've seen this before, Cloud. While you waited out for the team to extract around the same extraction point as you got over, it's a bit of a gamble. But if it happens, then they're probably gonna hit it big. And HLV probably try to actually do that right now. If they score FLS, my God, that's gonna be a huge one.
Yeah, that's going to be a big blow, right? They potentially could also gain like the 10 million loot that FLS has collected. But FLS looks like they're ready to leave. They already have the extraction point. They're just making their final shopping moment here. And they are unchallenged in the radiation zone. Arya is out. Normally the backpack for the team. Lan is probably going to do the same, but he's just flexing his emote collection there before he goes out. So Lan will be the next one to be extracted. Probably next we're going to see Prem as well, and Jiri's going to come by next.
Oh, I think there's no problem. Yeah, they're going to get out after they score themselves 10 million. I think that's going to be slightly more with that 1 eliminations, but I do want to see HLV, how much can they still score by end of this round. Times still on their side. They scout themselves some extraction point as well for Boom player here. I am Jago. Over, just barely over. He wants to take at least 2 millions. by the end of this run. For GD Boys, per usual, try to scout for more. It's going to be quite an interesting run here between FLS and Boom. I mean, like, unfortunately for Boom, they just have one player, but at least they still have more games to go.
Yeah, that's the silver lining for them, right? And he's still somewhere on the ground, like trying to maximize his loot. 2 million already for I Am Jago. He should be pretty much maxed out now. So he's just looking for any last minute around this extraction point. And I don't see any other challenger around this area. And I expect I Am Jago to say goodbye to this round. Yep, he's prepared for it. So he will cash in about 2 million by himself. No further elimination points by Boom Esports. HLV now with the remaining time, no other teams to challenge them. Hence, they should be able to extract themselves in time.
Yep. But it's definitely a huge jump of performance with Ate coming up from inside of HLV, none of them being eliminated. And thanks to all 4 members' presence against nongYing, who tried to brawl down against HLV early on. I have to say, they have to have Ate in every single map after this.
Yeah, they must have. One is because, well, you get extra pockets. Number 2, Ate does provide the firepower, being an experienced professional player in the Battle Royale scene. So you must have this player. This is one of the key players for HLV, or their long name also known as Hasta La Vista Esports. And also fun fact about HLV is that they are actually a community team that has been in the scene for quite a while. They have not been the professional scene yet, but they have always been active in the scene. So now that they are in a battle royale, in this Metro Royale mode, it's great to see them again on this official channel. And hopefully we get to see more HLV in the future, because they are one of the teams at some point to look like being able to be in the professional scene. But slots are always limited. So it is just how it is when it comes to competitiveness.
And maybe in the future, who knows, right? I feel like they are building up definitely into that direction. But it's all about whether they have the caliber to push their limit or not. Because we do know, yeah, slot is one thing, but it's also about the capability of the players to, you know, challenge the top tier team as. But when it comes to the timer, we have less than a minute in next 5 seconds here. So HLV, they even popped the smoke, not knowing the fact that all the other teams already extracted out. So it's going to be a safe exit for them as well. But they have to make sure they keep times on track, because we've seen these cases before. Despite they got quite a loot value by the end of the day, it's all about getting out of the map too.
Yeah, sometimes you can't be too careful, right? So if you have smokes, well, might as well utilize it. It's not like you can carry it forward or the value will be counted, because that's their default loadout. So 1 out and 2 more to go for HLV. It's just a matter of time now till everyone else exits. 20-ish more seconds. They should have enough time. We are looking at the timer. Ate will be going out, leaving only FixB left. And FixB is already on his way. So, yeah, they will cash in about 2 million here, but they got 8 eliminations in the process. So that's quite a good haul for HLV.
A great haul indeed. And compared to their previous, I mean, a lot of teams definitely feel safer after nongYing being eliminated. Not going to lie about that, though, because of how aggressive nongYing tried to take people down. The moment they got eliminated, the other teams can finally score, but not the case for ETS. But we definitely have to give the numbers up for FLS. Another double digit of millions, which is going to be slightly over 10 millions. Don't forget about the elimination points later as well. I assume the gap is going to be stretched again, since Boom only left with 1 player just now.
Yeah, so great work there by FLS. Got to give it to them as well. Like, they had a different strategy this time. This time it's all about, like, okay, we took too many fights early on. This time we will avoid fights. We just focus on the objective. Go to the radiation zone. They did bump into ETS. So they took 1 player out of ETS at the radiation zone. And that's about it. ETS did not put a challenge at all to FLS, and they had the entire radiation zone for them, because the other members of ETS, they moved away from that area. So no further challenges. There will be an extraction point in the radiation zone, and that's how they scored that 10 million in the pocket.
Now, it's going to be a different rotation with no more Group A, right, after this. So we don't have Team Mantap. Unfortunately for Team Mantap and TS, they did not score as much as we hoped for when it comes to week number 2 here. But for the other teams, like Fellas ID, definitely will have to put on hold for their grinding. And also when it comes to their rotation of maps, will be no more after this. It's going to be only Group B that get to play back-to-back. So we'll finally get Sam9 back into here. Same goes for MCR and FaZe Clan. Speaking of FaZe Clan, we cannot forget yesterday's experience and lesson from FaZe Clan first map.
Yeah, and what was that about?
Well, they did not get the extraction point, and when it comes to timing too, and plus, not just that, the elimination will not be counted if they don't exit out. And also when it comes to, you know, being gatekeeping is also another issue. So FaZe Clan, when it comes to overfight, extending fight before the extraction the extraction zone have less than a minute, I think it's best to just find another extraction point and just, you know, give the extraction point away towards the other teams. So that's also going to be another thing that they should put in mind about the fight and the brawl on top of extraction points.
Yeah, so I guess that's a lesson learned yesterday, and also, well, it happened multiple times before this, but a reminder of that could happen based on yesterday's game. And you have to extract every single player, unless they're eliminated, of course. But if they're still in the game, they have to extract none of the points for as much as you have done at the game. And to the best of my memory as well, that they did loot a very healthy amount yesterday just for nothing to be counted at the end.
It's painful to watch, man. And it's more painful to watch like how ETS in the first map of the day got ambushed by Boom. But I mean, like, you should see that one coming, right? When you actually go to the radiation zone, you will expect a couple of more teams to try to gatekeep you or try to take the place away from your hands, especially if there's also extraction point on top of this radiation zone. So you can expect more teams trying to get there as fast as they can. But if there's no extraction point, you should be aware that somebody will try to ambush you on your way out, at least.
Yeah, so do not fight or extract yourself when there are teams around you. But we're going to check out some of the points here from the previous round. So it's going to be FLS, the most points collected, including one elimination out of ETS. So that's going to be 10 million cashed in by FLS. As for HLV, 4 million cash. ETS finally scores their first few points, so with 3 eliminations, so that's 3.9 mil cashed in. Boom Esports, not the most because they only had one player towards the end, so they managed to cash in 1.6 mil, no eliminations. As for Team Mantap, unfortunately no points, and nongYing being the first team to be eliminated, did not get any points in this round as well.
It's kind of a rare scene to see nongYing being eliminated at the 0, because usually they always ended up with a couple of eliminations by the end of the day. At least one, they did not score any trade against HLV just now. And this yet one of the best run for HLV as well as ETS here.
Yeah, I know, right? Because normally they will gain elimination points, and that is their objective in this game mode. But to see them with a 0, not even getting single elimination point, and they were the first team to be eliminated, that is quite a surprise for nongYing itself. And I wonder how that will affect the overalls later on, because we'll review it just to see how far are they from at least the top 6. But it's still about collecting points though. But the good news for nongYing is that they still have games to play today, so they still have a chance to gain back their lost points.
And it's still gonna be FLS. This time it's no Warrior, but it's gonna be the chosen one land at 8 million. I mean, that's probably one of the highest number by a player now. 8 million, 8.5.
Yeah, and almost a rounded number. So great work here by Lan for coming up with 8.5 million. No player eliminations for Kim, but it's not going to be a problem. At the end of the day, the objective is about collecting the loots, and he contributed 8.5 million as compared to the entire FLS was like, what, 10-ish million? So that's like almost 85% of the loot they have collected just by this one single player. So we can also see that if there's no Arya in the game, at least you have players like Lan who is able to bring the value back to the team.
Yeah, I feel FLS definitely have high value players. Yeah, when it comes to looting, when it comes to firepower, don't forget Lan is pretty good when it comes to landing those shots too. We saw him yesterday and today as well. Don't forget about Dre and Prem. Prem's pretty good at the fragging and as well as their looting. So I think for the teams that's really strong with their fundamentals of Metro Royale, you have to give it to FLS. There's no stopping this team.
Yeah, they went straight onto the mine warehouse. That's where the radiation zone is. And at some point, it was ETS moving there. But along the way, they bumped into Boom Esports. They got a good win and leaving Ayam Jago alone. So Ayam Jago just evaded everyone else, went to the opposite side of the map. No other team was there. And FLS, they did their work in mine warehouse. They extracted themselves. And finally, it is down to HLB, who played from the left to the right just to get those loots in.
And speaking of the numbers, it will not stop yet for Boom, but for FLS, they ended up their week 2 run with 50 million, over 50 million of total points. Wow, I mean, like, the only one that can contest though. I mean, like, Boom, definitely doable, but with only 2 maps left on the side of Boom, I don't know if they can actually score around, like, what, another 25, 26. They have to hit 26 million for the next 2 maps that they have left because they are in Group D, so they're gonna have only one more rotation of 2 maps later on. But for the others though, HLV, Sam9, Nong, at least Sam9, we do know they're gonna have more runs here today because for Group B, they're gonna have 4 maps to go, Sam9, MCR and FaZe Clan. So I'm looking for these 4 teams, these 3 teams from Group B to, you know, push the numbers up.
Yeah, so Group B, we do have Sam9, MOM or MetroCeria, as well as FaZe Clan. And so happened that FaZe Clan as well as MetroCeria, they're not in page 1. But also to be fair, because they've played lesser games as compared to the other teams. Now, moving on to page 2. So because of ETS, they managed to cash in 3.9 million previously. So now FaZe Clan is pushed down to number 12 with only that one elimination bringing in the points. But what is consistent among all these teams is that the nation region is supreme in the match.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see whether Group B can change it for us when it comes to Sam9, MCR, and FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan definitely had a better run when it comes to week number 1. They do have the fundamentals right for this Metro Royale mode as well, but it's just a matter of whether they will be alive before the end of the extraction point that they can actually find. Also, can they exit out? It's all about the extraction by the end of the day, that teams that really got themselves a good start at first.
Yeah, if only they exited in time yesterday, then they'll probably be on page 1. But because they didn't, then, well, they'll be stuck now at the last place. But nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be rolling down the groups later on. It will be Group B versus Group D. But before we head on to that, we'll be taking a short break. So do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back for more Metro Royale action. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia Metro Royale Edition. And we will be rolling down the groups together with me, Sir Cloud, and also the wonderful Choo Choo. And next up is going to be the introduction of Group B.
Yep, today is going to be a lot of Group B remaining. They played the least amount of maps here, so we're going to wait and see whether they can actually try to make a comeback here today or not. But what else for you guys? We warm up before. Let's just get into some pirate vibe here. PUBG Mobile Airdrop Carnival is finally open, guys. I can't do it today. And so don't forget about Airdrop Carnival and Pirate Bash, of course. And it's, hey mate, it's your pirate day here. Arr. Don't forget to jump into the game from August 16 to 18 to open your airdrop, because there's gonna be some upgrade of the crate to level 5. Hey, have a great day. Arr.
Arr. Okay, I give that R a 10 out of 10 there. Okay. Okay, how do we do this? Okay. Galadria X-Suit Advanced Upgradable MT3 is now available. Now, join the event and unlock coupons and limited outfit awards for a limited amount of time until the 30th of September. Try to make it a bit.
I didn't know that Galadria accent is supposed to be Espanol, but it's okay.
Well, maybe it is. We need to ask Galadria next time. Maybe it is.
Galadria is for Espanol, guys. But yeah, okay, works too. Maybe, who knows, right? Who knows? Like, behind the story of Galadria accent, maybe it's gonna be some Italian making pizza or some Espanol going on. Who knows? Espanol escapades. But yeah, speaking of escapes of the day, can they escape from the wrath of the teams that like to brawl for the next map?
Yeah, so on the next team list, so Group B, we're going to introduce again Sem9, MetroCeria, and FaZe Clan. So FaZe Clan, they'll be looking to themselves and saying that, hey, ETS has got out of the bottom. Right now, they're in the bottom with only 300,000 because they blundered the first map yesterday. So they need to make up for whatever they lost yesterday. And hopefully this time, their watches are fine-tuned to the wire.
Speaking of time, I agree. It's all about the time. It's the biggest enemy of them all. And don't forget, when it comes to Group D, it's going to be B versus D later for the grouping. D is always going to be nongYing's team, right? So everybody will try to avoid them as much as possible. But nongYing, I mean, if you put an annoying, it's annoyingly desperate for the brawls.
Yeah, especially if you happen to spawn like close by with nongYing, right? There's like a straightforward rotation by them. If you're like next to them, then they'll be like, okay, you see somebody, will chase them down, they will just go all in for it. It's not like they bother a lot, like, oh, we have 2 players left, or we have 3 players left, 1 player left. No, they will still play it as if like that one player can just clutch it out and just wipe out whoever that's in front of them. So if you happen to know that nongYing is there, spawned beside you, you better stay far, far away from this team.
Yeah, I cannot unsee annoying now. And nongYing, there you go, nongYing will be the only team so far that I've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament that have no care in the world regarding their loot value. They're just gonna aim and make it difficult for everybody else. They're such a nuisance to the point, you know what? We're here just to break the fun away from these guys.
Yeah, when was the last time we see nongYing actually like, okay, let's focus on the loot, guys. We focus on the loot and we actually... Never! Even like the last game yesterday where SOZip was the remaining player for nongYing. He still wanted to go for eliminations. He's like, okay, stay behind Boom Esports, wanting to break their hearts, that sort of thing. At the extraction point, he still wanted to go for it, although his other teammates were already out. So that's where the theory of like, even though there's that one player left for nongYing, they will still want to go for those eliminations. So you better stay away from nongYing. This team is just so annoying and a big disruptor in the game.
I mean, even a logo, you know, like taunting and teasing all the other players out there, looking as the most innocent logo out there doesn't mean they're being nice, okay? They're definitely not nice at all. And speaking of nongYing, I feel like for the teams that try to go for the points, it's gonna be difficult, but at least at this time we have Group B and D, so it means that when it comes to firepower-wise, don't forget about 7-9, Battle Royale players, and FaZe Clan too. They definitely have quite an experience with Battle Royale, so they will bounce and fight back.
Yeah, players like Loyu that we saw yesterday, he is definitely interested in taking fights as well. And yesterday, because of them, it was Team Mantap who could not breathe because they went to also happened to find Team Mantap by the shoreline. But we're going to jump into our first game in this grouping, and it's going to be Zombie Uprising back again. So this is where we'll keep an eye on the spawns. Who is the closest one besides nongYing? It'll be interesting to see 7-9 and nongYing fight it out with each other because these two teams have obvious professional Battle Royale experience.
Now, I don't blame the players if they got confused with the mobs, which going to be Zombie Uprising, definitely going to be a lot of zombies, right? And even the bosses will be zombies. And when it comes to Misty Port, it's the same map, but different kind of mobs and different kind of loot. That's it. That's why they have the same loadout for both of Misty Port as well as Zombie Uprising. So sometimes, you know, you get confused whether you get shot by a player or you actually get shot by a mob, especially in Misty Port.
Yeah, so Misty Port is definitely one of those interesting spots. Even we saw, like yesterday, there was an interesting incident as well involving what do you call that again? A possessed rock. Yeah, we will not forget about that. Yeah, Team Mantap had a tough time navigating that. I'm just trying to find a word, right?
Out.
Yeah, just trying to get out of the possessed rock. But I noticed that around the shoreline here, based on the first spawn, is that on the south right side, there were like at least 3 teams around that area, and they're big hitters here. FaZe Clan, 7-9 there as well.
Yep, and I mean, I couldn't get over the possessed rock by the end of the day because they were trying to extract so long. It was like, what, 3 minutes for them to go just for its extraction for Team Mantap, and that was hilarious and definitely traumatizing for the teams after this, not to trust any trees or any rock despite they are not zombies or not a living thing to start with. But when it comes to nongYing, I think they have different they said when it comes to nongYing this time, never mind, they're still fighting anyways. We thought they're gonna go for the loot, but unfortunately we are wrong this time.
Oh, look at this. So let's Manparang is playing for 7-9 this time. And they will go on to nongYing, taking out G9 as the first player to be eliminated. And Manparang obviously has Battle Royale professional experience, former Southeast Asia champion as well. And he will add a lot of value to the 7-9 lineup this time. And this is where they will be very happy to fight up against nongYing. And this is the fight that we've been asking for.
For the side of 7-9, they might actually put a nightmare for the other teams as spite for just nongYing, but there's some trade-off here as well. Players of 7-9 finally get a bit knocked down, but Lanzi will finish off the player here of nongYing. So nongYing down to only that Martin that swims over. I mean, I don't think he can loot anything of value from swimming, but he can try to find some patches of land.
Yeah, hopefully he's able to get away on the other side because 7-9 is looking for him. They send Lantizi down onto the river or the sea just to try to gather information. But if you look at where Martin is at right now, he's stuck behind this rock. 7-9 is circling around him. It's going to be very, very hard for him to get away, and I don't expect him to survive.
Oh, speaking of survival, at least it's going to be a great day for Boom because nongYing is nowhere near them, and at least I don't see any Boom players nearby 7-9 too. So 7-9, I don't know, is it going to be their plan to just finish nongYing and the other teams as well? But for Martin, that's going to be the last jump. And Manparang, we're talking about Manparang here, guys. It's definitely going to be, yep, the end. There's nothing in that box too. I mean, it's nongYing we're talking about, so I don't think they loot that much of a value yet.
Yeah, not like they're a looting team in the first place, right? So even if you take them out in the middle of the game, it's like, how much are they carrying? Not much, but it's the satisfaction of being able to eliminate the team that is so aggressive. But nongYing not able to cash in anything at all this round, so they will go out 0. But for MCR, Abyss is now caught with FaZe Clan.
Yep, FaZe Clan. MCR down to 200,000 worth of value right now, and that's going to be Harvest knocked down. They're starting off with a trio here for MCR, MetroCeria, and down to 2 players, which is nowhere nearby. Never mind, it's going to be Zhao James, and he finished him off, I assume.
Oh, it looked like to be the case. And MCR, because of the next team to be eliminated, no points at all. So 3 eliminations for FaZe Clan now. 7-9 scored 4 eliminations. At least they have a very, very good start. So now Boom Esports, who we know is still in the running to try to overtake Fellas ID. They seem to be sticking to the strategy of like, we don't want to be involved in fights. They're probably in the radiation zone, and they're doing their own thing right now.
Now it's back towards looting. Finally, we get to the looting done for the teams. But it depends on what kind of rotation and what the position of the extraction points they can actually land themselves. We might have some extraction points contention later. But for FaZe Clan, they are taking the lead. And speaking of FaZe Clan, they are coming up from Group B. So they have more maps to play. Same goes for 7-9. So the numbers will be up between these two teams. Yes, we do have MCR, but MetroCeria unfortunately have ended their run with a 0 point just now. So this gives so much opportunity for 7-9 and FaZe Clan to maybe catch up FLS.
Yeah, a lot more space for them to maximize their loot this time, right? So FLS, they're out of games today. So they'll be looking, sitting back and hoping for other teams to not catch up onto them and probably even cancel out each other. But with 4 more teams in this map now, for the PUBG, there's still that possibility, but the chances are pretty low since the map is big enough to house these 4 teams. And if they continue to focus on the loot, then everyone will be like, just depending on what sort of loot they can get. But if they want to take that chance to like maximize them loot, then it's probably the radiation zone that all these teams will need to focus on. But if they're not interested in that, that's absolutely fine as well. You did mention about like it's okay to also loot on the outside of the radiation zone and take the lesser risk.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time factor here for the outer side of looting. If they want to go for the higher loot, definitely it's a shorter amount of time. If you go to the radiation zone, get better loot, but it's always the risk of being gatekept, right? So it's whether they can align themselves with the times that can actually be arranged for the team. So they have to really work things out as a team to find as much loot as possible. But on the side of Boom, it seems like just slightly overtake a FaZe Clan. For Boom, they're coming out from different group, which is not B. Coming out from Group D, this will be their last run as well. So they want to take advantage of this map and the next one, which will be their last run for today.
Yeah, so they need to maximize it, right? But FaZe Clan now have to go up against 7-9, and by losing 1 player, they definitely cannot maximize the loot, as 7-9 will collect their next elimination point. So that's going to be 5 right now, and they have this area to play. It is also nighttime, so this is where the chance of the boss to spawn is higher. And FaZe Clan, with the firepower that they have, they wouldn't mind facing up with the boss now.
Yep, it's going to be the perfect time for them to find those bosses because nongYing is not here anymore. But if they happen to be bumped with, and never mind, it's going to be 7-9 versus FaZe Clan. And these two teams right now, especially 7-9, do have more at a loss if they cannot take this fight away.
Yeah, so 7-9 needs to be extra careful. They not only need to deal still with FaZe Clan, but also the spawns around this area. And they are focusing on the fight, Gin, as well as BZ, knocked down by FaZe Clan. The other members of 7-9 will need to come and save them. The best they could do right now is to crawl into the building to find extra cover. FaZe Clan is not pursuing further just yet, but that's also because they're busy with zombies. And finally, they'll push forward, but a boss appears.
Oh, speaking of worst timing possible to do with the team, and also just by the boss here as well. At least the boss is not going to be the fire boss because right now we're still in zombie uprising, so it's not all bad news and dealable. But you cannot fight against by yourself against that boss. You need your whole team, but your team is quite busy against the other different side of enemy team.
Yeah, I know, right? Like you're so busy right now, especially when it's nighttime. And looking away at the horizon, HLV is not too far away. So there's a possibility that they might come by. Now for Sem9, it's Loyu on screen. He tries to get away from the competition. And the competition is not only FaZe Clan, but the zombies that's now chasing him down. And yep, he found a zip line, gets away, but Sakura from the other side. Oh man! Oh no! Loyu became a moving open target for FaZe Clan.
Oh, now next is gonna be HLV, FaZe Clan. I mean, like Sem9, that's a huge loss. They ended up with a 0 despite they tried to aim for eliminations plus those loot before against nongYing. But at least they scored themselves 5 eliminations. Still gonna add into the numbers here. 5 times 3, which could be 1.5 million. So they're definitely not gonna go empty-handed. But for FaZe Clan, with 7 eliminations plus almost 1 million now bumping into HLV, either they can return and reverse the situation or they might actually lose the entire crew here.
Well, FaZe Clan, they might lose this next one player. Yep, there is it. To the hands of HLV. And I understood, like he wanted to loot the box of Loyu, thinking that it might be valuable enough, but HLV was there and they got punished for it. And now FaZe Clan down to 2 players left and they're still busy around this area fighting the boss. 2 players against the boss. Doable definitely, but it will take them some time.
Yeah. There's only going to be 2 teams that seems to be in high contention here. FaZe Clan, look at how much a drop of the value after they lost 2 players just now. Definitely one of the highest looter of FaZe Clan have been taken down early on. For Zhao Jaime and also Kim Tony, I mean, they barely can fight this boss here with the mobs going aggressive at 9 and a T spot them out from the side too. Oh my god, from bad to worst condition ever, FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and guess what? We still have like about 8 minutes plus left and we're down to almost 2 teams. Kim Tony will need to fight back, but he's busy with a horde of zombies right now behind him. Oh no, he's stuck in the corner. He has to clear them up first, but that also gave away the position to HLV. So HLV knows that somebody's at the sniper tower. Ate shows up. Ate takes a bit of damage. Kim Tony forced to heal himself up, but he doesn't have the space and he's trying to jump away. Ate will get him. And FaZe Clan, after all that effort against Sem9, they have been eliminated by HLV.
Another team that just fallen despite they had a great start. You can never expect anything good coming up from Metro Royale despite you having such a great start and have an advantage, but double boomers coming to us at HLV. I think at least these are boomers, but it's gonna be painful enough if there's too many of them. Nighttime aggressiveness shows by the side of zombies, so they have to deal with this and try to hold their grounds as well. But for great news, Boom and HLV, I mean, there's only 2 teams left. It's going to be small chance they will bump into each other now.
Yeah, so Boom Esports, we don't see them on screen. They are maybe at the radiation zone, and that's way far away from this area where HLV is at. So both of them will have their own space to do stuff now across the map. Boom Esports, very happy to collect 2.6 mil. They know that they need more to cut across FLS in the overall charts, and they have the space to do that. So they're also thanking the other teams for canceling out each other so they have this space. And it's a confirmation right now they're in the radiation zone. There will be an extraction point in this area. So it's a matter of how much they can carry before the timer runs out.
Yep, speaking of time, and that's going to be just barely over 6 minutes on the clock, and time is always going to be the biggest factor for the teams because they have not much contention against the others anymore. If they got carried away just to get their loot up and getting too greedy at this point, might miss their chance to translate to every single point they actually do have.
Yeah, as long as they have their watches set at the right timing, then they'll be fine. But if not, then we've seen it before. FaZe Clan did that yesterday. However, we're going to put focus onto Pyro. He is alone in this warehouse, and he definitely will not be able to manage the boss all alone. So he's avoiding this fight for now, unless his other teammates come by and they can take down the boss together. That will give them a significant amount of loot in this area.
Yep. Hopefully, when it comes to the last minute, also, okay, looting phase, I'm not so worried for this team, but hopefully the extraction point is quite clear from any bosses, because we don't want to have those accidents that I've seen before against, especially MCR. Unfortunately, they've been eliminated early, so their bad luck might actually brush off towards the other teams that's remaining in right now. If the extraction point right on top, we do have a couple of bosses, and some of the team's players already ejected out. Now, that's going to be tough for the last player to actually extract himself. And that's the case for MTR last time. They left with one player, did not manage to extract out. That caused the entire team to ended up with a 0. But not his fault, though.
Yeah, so, oh no. This is bad for Pyro. He held like, what, 1.8 mil? And they have to save him. Okay. Pick him up, go up to the second floor, go to somewhere safe, while Booyah tries to buy time because he's holding about 1.8 mil the last we checked. So he has to be revived. They cannot lose that very valuable player.
Speaking of high value, at least it's just the mobs, right? I mean, they definitely need to revive as soon as he knocks down, but at least he's not a player that consistently tries to take them down back to back. So for Boom, it's still not going to be something that's too grave of a condition. But this is the haunted, possessed rock last time we've seen, by the way.
Yeah. It will ring a bell to Team Mantap. So hopefully HLV, they saw the bot yesterday and they'll be extra careful with that rock in case it gets possessed again. But Booyah is being not possessed, but cased by a boss. Yes, he has the teammates together with him, so he could use a bit more backup. Not too worried because his other teammates are close by, but he's still taking damage from that breakfast of mine. That's the green barbet.
Yep. Speaking of very high nutrient and green vomit, hope you guys having a great lunch here right now, guys. For Boom, it's going to be 4 million across the map here of our first map there, rotation between these two crew, which is Zombie Uprising. It's all about whether they can exit out. Timers have to be super sensitive for these teams right now. And with just barely 3 minutes, nongYing try to push their luck here with the boss fight. Now, can I actually do this by himself? Because he's trying to just make it alone, maybe with his teammate on the high ground, but he needs a reset. They need to play tag between the players if they want to take down the boss on top of radiation zone right now. But time-wise, hopefully they can finish things well here for Boom.
Yeah, 3 more minutes to go, and the boss is not down yet. Okay, Booyah is together with him. So, focus fire now from the 2 players. nongYing is pretty low, and this boss is pretty fast as well. Baron P will be taken out, so that's going to be a good amount of loot for them, and they still have time before they extract themselves, so it's a good win for Boom.
Yep. 6 million, I think, for HLV as well. Boom and HLV definitely needed this run. When it comes to their last rotation of Zombie Uprising, they try to get as much as they can. Definitely work well here. For HLV, they try to see if they can get any eliminations in the very last minute. But unfortunately, they will not collide with Boom due to how different of the terrain plus their positions are right now. For Boom, 2 of them already extracted out, so it's left with only 2 remaining players, including Puyo, who tried to just push his limit here with his pockets pretty much maxed out, but he tried to empty it out. Times the factor here, I don't think nongYing can fight those bosses.
Yeah, with 2 minutes left, they might not want to take that risk anymore, and we can see that the teams or the players starting to extract themselves. Boom Esports, 2 left, and nongYing is definitely going to avoid this. He's holstering his weapon and only dealing with the smaller zombies around the area. So, looks like it's just going to be a routine loot for them. The boss will not be their focus. Booyah goes out. Now only nongYing left. And as long as he doesn't get knocked down again like before, then he should be fine.
Yeah. Hopefully there's no bosses when he's trying to extract himself out. if the boss seems to be annoyed, well, there you go. He's following him. This is what we worry about. And I am Jago. He needs to make sure the boss don't really follow him till the very end as well. Here comes the boss. Oh, final fight. Made it on time. Ow. Now, all that's left is going to be HLV. I don't know what they're waiting for. Maybe hoping for a team to take this extraction point, but they are the only teams left here.
Yeah, it seems like they're banking on like the possibility of another team coming to this extraction point. But, you know, it's time to send the message over that, you know what, you're the only team left. And they probably got the memo and now they are exiting themselves and just expanding the smokes as a extra insurance policy. So they'll be cashing in about 3 million with 3 elimination points for HLV. Not enough to overtake Boom in this round, but Boom's focus is more for FLS in the overalls later on, in which we will tabulate the scores in a bit more. But for HLV, all their players in, so this is a good, perfect round for both HLV and Boom.
Thanks to the brawlers early on. Without them, how peaceful can these teams actually loot up? But when it comes to the total value, almost just a tiny bit, 5,000 more for them to secure that 7 for their total value of loot. But we haven't actually included the last count as well, including if there's any elimination, any extras in there. So we're going to have to tabulate the scores when it comes to the overall. But nongYing, I mean...
That's like what, 2 rounds in a row they got eliminated early, like the first team to go out. So 0 points, got nothing at all, and they happened to meet that match though. 7-9 was the one to eliminate nongYing.
And I feel like this grouping B versus D is the best for nongYing because there's so many high caliber firepower players. Like FaZe Clan, they do have the firepower. It's 7-9, we talked about Mambarang and Logi is playing as well. We haven't seen Kenny though. And HLV, we do have Ate in there. And HLV firepower, aside from Ate, they all can work around Ate when it comes to taking a fight. So nongYing, do they really want to go just fights here when it comes to the last map for Misty Port?
Yeah, they probably would need to reevaluate like this grouping, right? And learning from this round, 2 rounds in a row to be exact, but learning from this round with this grouping is something they need to reconsider. So will we expect to see nongYing switching the strategy to play like, oh, let's go for looting instead. Let's just go to radiation zone, avoid all these fights. But looking at how they've been playing, not only this week, even the week before, they have not switched their styles yet. So maybe, just maybe, we might see another elimination heavy nongYing team.
Yeah, it depends if their pride being scratched by these teams or not, and things might get personal for nongYing. Like, oh, okay, you guys really want to fight us, let's do it again. Because we don't see nongYing taking this Metro Royale as its fundamental core as it's supposed to be, because all they go for is going to be like, they're probably going to play the wrong mode here. It's going to be Battle Royale for them still, despite its Metro Royale.
Yeah, I know, right? Somebody has to send a memo to them that, hey, you know what? The points are not calculated that way. It's not like you get eliminations. It's not like you get placements. It's not that, okay? But yeah. But at the end of the day, right, it's all about getting into the grand finals. So if we talk about their chance of still getting to the grand finals, if they can somewhat still hover around like page 1 in the overalls, week after week, we'll definitely see them there. So maybe they will switch their strategy in the grand finals because that's where the big money lies.
I don't know. I mean, like, they do look like they're having fun trying to hunt people down. And we love the fact that nongYing is playing as an annoying team because of how they stop all the other teams trying to loot up. So I still have fun though by the end of the day, despite they ended up with a 0 just now. And look at that logo, it's so innocent, but not so much. MC and nongYing did not score anything out of this run of Zombie Uprising, but FaZe Clan, at least they scored the 7 eliminations and 7-9 too, despite they had a very heartbroken ending against the other teams just now.
Yeah, they had the nongYing in them. So that's why the elimination swing towards FaZe Clan and 7-9. At least you cashed in something at least, right? Rather than an absolute 0. So Boom Esports with the idea of trying to catch up to Fellas ID, 6.9, almost 7 mil cashed in. No eliminations for them. They're still sticking to the same strategy from before, which is focusing onto the loot. But we gotta give it to the chosen one this time. That is Pyro from Boom Esports.
Feels like Pyro. I mean, we had him some MVP before when it comes to the chosen one. He's done it again. For Boom, I think it's alternating between the players, but mostly a couple of chosen one by Pyro, quite a number here. We've seen the most player earning around 8 million when it comes to the next map, Misty Port. So this is also when it comes to the value of a player in Zombie Uprising, because of the loot is less value than the side of Misty Port. That considered is one of the highest values to buy a player in Zombie Uprising map.
Yeah, as we check out the match recap here, right? Just look at Boom Esports. Went to Garden Mason. No other team is there. Before this, we saw Garden Mason being very popular, and they end up in the same area, which is the radiation zone, mine warehouse. That was their final destination there, and they were probably looking at the elimination feed as well and thinking to themselves that, hey, all other teams were eliminated, so we have the entire map for us, and because of that, they have now closing the gap between themselves and FLS. Now, the gap between them is about 19 million. With the amount of games left, Boom Esports could probably do it.
It's still quite a stretch though. The most we get out of Misty Port in a map, it's around like, probably most around 15 to 16 million. Still won't be enough unless if Boom can get us all-rounder, all-time highest loot in in the Misty Port around 20 million. We never had even an Arctic base before in around 20 million. The highest still gonna be 18. That was Arctic base, which is higher, I think, compared to Misty Port.
Yeah, and you know what? There's also one other variable, which is what sort of loot do they get? Because that's like absolute RNG, right? So if they're able to get like high value loot, like the gold bar, for example, that brings one of the highest value, and they can get a good amount of that, then maybe they can like try to catch up. But also another factor is that if Boom Esports can gain elimination points for themselves, so that will also add on to, assuming that they have all four their players survive, that is, add on to the possible maximum amount of loot that they could carry.
But the question is whether they can and willing to take the risk fighting another team that might actually backlash towards their side. Now that's something that they should consider as well.
Well, what we need to consider as well is your participation in this new event here called the Airdrop Carnival Pirates Bash. So this is your chance, matey, to join the Explore the Ocean Odyssey new theme area called the Pirates Booty Island. Make sure you join this because it could probably grant you a guaranteed set or emote of your choice, matey.
Ahoy.
Ahoy. Forgot about that.
Well, also, I don't know, should we go Espanol in this one? The Gladiator Exert and plus advanced upgradable MG3. It's already available, so make sure you guys get it in the game, okay? It's starting from 6th to the 13th of August. Only a week. I'm not gonna make the weird voices here today because I couldn't hold it in because of the pirate thing whenever Cloud's starting off, because I cannot hold it in, man. But yeah, we're gonna have to wait contrast version of it next week, possibly. So make sure you guys stay tuned for next week, because next week is gonna be the last week before we head into the grand finals, right?
Oh yeah, it's the final weekend, right? So the points will be locked in. So Contra now, the bar is set for you, okay? He's enjoying his time in Jakarta right now, taking his well-deserved break. But no break for these teams because we'll be jumping into our following game after this in the Misty Port game mode. So what we learned earlier on is that Boom Esports might need to push up their elimination points just to have a better chance to catch up on the FLS. But without further ado, let's go.
Yeah, but it's always about who will get the brawl first against who will nongYing, okay, not annoying, nongYing pick first when it comes to the first few brawls. That's gonna be the biggest question here.
Yeah, so looking at their spawn, right, nongYing is next to Sem9. So we might see a part 2 between these two heavy hitter teams, and that will be absolutely interesting. Something that we'll be looking forward to, since when it comes to the resume and also the potential firepower. Arguably, these two teams have the highest among them all.
I'm looking at the rotations of the team. nongYing is nearby. I will assume 7-9 will. Yeah, at the moment, G9 open fire. I mean, 7-9 definitely want to go to Mines Warehouse, which could be the radiation zone. That's how they used to play last week. And 7-9 was pretty great last week. But with nongYing nearby, I don't think they can go straight. They made a U-turn just now to challenge back nongYing.
Yep, there you go. Two teams that won't shy away from a fight. And we'll definitely see a brawl here. I don't expect them to just go away. And 7-9 still playing with Manparang on the lineup. No subs here for the team. No Kenny in sight. And we can see that Kin is proning to gather information on the position of nongYing. And Manparang is opening up the flank on the left side as well. So they pretty much have nongYing surrounded.
nongYing, you're biting more than you can chew here. Hopefully they will try to change it next week because, I mean, maybe try to be more aggressive, possibly. I mean, we definitely need somebody like a brawler like nongYing to make it fun, right? But for Boom, also we have another contest here between them and FaZe Clan.
Yeah, here we go. Boom Esports. We did talk about them. Possibly to catch up onto FLS is to gain the elimination points, and they have the chance presented to them now. But their chance is no pushover team. It's going to be FaZe Clan and Boom Esports. They are threading this very carefully as they know that they cannot afford to lose the fight against FaZe Clan.
Too much at stake here for Boom. Knowing the fact this is going to be their last run for the map. And nongYing, nobody cares so much about nongYing because we do know they don't really care about themselves too. I mean, what Metro Royale? They're just going to aim and make everybody else's life miserable anyway. So they want to force a fight. But I love the fact if nongYing can swap it over, like if they actually played gatekeepers for the extraction point, now that's going to be something else entirely. That's more nerve-wracking than what they're doing here right now. But for FaZe Clan, they still got themselves like $500,000 worth of value loot. Same goes for Boom. So both teams are trying to loot up, at the same time have to deal with the contention between the same area of a compound.
Yeah, and looks like a stalemate between two, but Dow James tosses a nade onto the rooftop. It did clip onto Booyah, but not knocking him down yet. And now Booyah has his own nade as well. He's cooking that up, but nobody's at the rooftop. So this nade will not mean anything to him, except for maybe psychological damage to Boom, to his opponent from a FaZe Clan. But still, both teams getting their own building. So it's quite a stalemate here.
FaZe Clan. Well, FaZe Clan, at least they are in Group B, so despite they lost this map, at least they still have more chances to go for the next two more rotations. But for Boom, they cannot afford to let this go down easily. They have to find a way to part ways here because, yeah, well, there's a chance they can exit out, but there's also a chance that FaZe Clan will try to chase them hot from behind. And there's also MCR across the other side of the map just now. We saw it around the corner, and when we swap over towards the hills just now, MCR is waiting for the tunnel. Maybe they are underground tunnel too.
Yeah. You know what? It doesn't help that the fact that FaZe Clan has that one player on the outside. So Boom, they're thinking to themselves that they are surrounded and they cannot move from here. And right now they only have 700-ish loot. And this stalemate, it's not helping Boom Esports at all. Time will be spent just standing around, trying to eliminate each other just for nothing. But MCR, if they come by, then that would open up some space for Boom Esports because they might meet up with Sakura first.
Sakura. And there goes a tap on Randrage, and it's down. Oh my god, FaZe Clan. They are in trouble too, but for me, I worry more to a side of Boom right now because Boom, they're so close off chasing the points against FLS. It's doable in this map, but right now being stopped, the momentum. And speaking of being stopped here, they will take a lot of time to deal with so many teams at the same time. That will just shorten their looting phase.
Yeah, I know, right? That's now down to 14 minutes. But now the fight continues on as Boom Esports, they got one knockdown. They will rush in onto the other members of FaZe Clan onto the right side. Booyah will get another knock. One more to go. And FaZe Clan falls to the hands of Boom Esports with a little bit of help from MCR.
Sam9, on the other hand, a couple of members knocked down by the players of HLVATs, forcing the fight out of SM9. Lost 2 players in the process, who might actually ended up this map with only 1 team or 2 right now.
And Loyu knocked down. Oh man, this is where you send Ate to the front line, right? And with his level of firepower, he took out not only Loyu, but also Kin and also Lan Easy. So Sem9 only has Manparang left as a final member in this map. So it looks like their plan against nongYing not only did not happen, but HLV happened to come by, and Sem9 now can only play this round passively. And hopefully Manparang is aware that he needs to loot up, and this is not your regular battle royale mode.
Yep. Question is to loot up and then to find a safe extraction point by yourself, hoping there's no spawn of bosses, not bumping into any other team. It's gonna be difficult too. So, I mean, as long as he knows what he has to do for the side of Mampara, which direction he would go, they'll be okay. Question is, can he exit out as well? He's trying to just stretch the gap in between for the distance between him and the rest of the team that's still fighting, which includes Boom too against MCR.
Yeah, Boom says thanks for the assist, but now we want something out of that. Boom being greedy here, but they have the right to do so against MCR. MCR now losing fight against Boom Esports, all in onto one player, and Boom Esports will secure another elimination point. And that's going to be 6 elimination points right now for Boom Esports. Looking for one more on the other end, and that's going to be Andres here, all alone. Boom Esports have not have an idea of where he is just yet, but it shouldn't be too difficult for them. And with the talk about Boom Esports needing the elimination points, they already got 6 in the pocket.
6 for eliminations times 3, almost 2 million, as long as they survive as a full squad. But like we mentioned before, if they can score 20 million by the end of this round, then they have a chance to push down FLS. And to get that 20 million, the easiest way is to get into the radiation zone. Now, are they planning to go for it with, at least they still have 11 minutes to go though, so time-wise it's still doable.
Yeah, 11 minutes more to go, and they have even more space to loot with not only the elimination of FaZe Clan, but also the handicap that Sem9 has to deal with right now. So at least more space for them. But the only thing is that if they happen to pop into nongYing, then 3 players from nongYing, it still feels like an entire squad. So that's something that we're hoping for not to happen. HLV is still around the corner as well in this map. And that's also another team that they would want to avoid.
Speaking of avoidance, a thing that you can avoid is going to be the time ticking down, of course. I'm waiting to see if Boom, if they really want to go for radiation zone or not. I do hope they can put up a good competition towards FLS, of course. But with what they're doing here, I assume they probably will try to just make use of whatever they have right now. While we're waiting for the night time, nongYing has actually taken over the radiation zone. This is the first time we're looking at nongYing actually looting up.
Yeah, I know, right? They're the radiation zone. Okay, this is a record now, ladies and gentlemen. Mark this down because you don't get to see this that often. So 3 players left: G9, SOZip, and Martin. They're focusing on the loot. This is new. You don't get this all the time.
This is rare case, man. I mean, so rare to the point that we never seen this happen before. nongYing finally, for the first time, they're taking the lead in terms of looting. Almost 5 million of that.
Finally, they realized that, hey, we're not playing Battle Royale. It took them like what? Half the
2
group
weeks?
stages, 2 weeks to realize that, hey, this game mode is actually different. Why don't we have vehicles? Oh, because we're playing Metro Royale. Oh, yeah, we are playing Metro Royale.
Oh my god, these guys. For such a long time, finally we get to see them at the most fundamental level of Metro Royale doing their best. But it's fun to see a different side of nongYing, of course. But we're not done for the fight for Boom, though. Boom, despite they thought it's going to be a peaceful day, I think even Dapen will guard over for the rest of Boom. Pyro is looting up. So MCR, they're definitely not safe. And if there's one more member down, I mean, they have not enough pockets for MCR to come back.
Yeah, we only have one player left. So this time around, it's more about like just avoiding fights, maximizing whatever they could get, and hope for the best then. For them to even think about overtaking even nongYing with 3 players or Boom Esports with 3 players, it's going to be impossible now.
But I do want to see how much nongYing can actually do this. Speaking of them playing looting phase, I want to see if they can break the numbers here for once. You know, just because we've seen nongYing playing a lot of brawls before, if they finally get to loot, will it be double more than the other team can actually put up to?
That's a good observation there. If they can do it with 3 players, there'll be something. But for HLV, they will start to cash in something by extracting Alex now. So I wonder how much Alex has on him. But he becomes the first player in this match to be extracted. He's probably pretty happy with whatever that he has right now. Genie Boy still has a lot of space in his backpack. Not much onto him. But they still have like, more than 7 minutes to go. So he can still loot around the area.
Yep. Well, I love the numbers going up for nongYing for once, you know. Maybe this will change when it comes to final week. I mean, I'm looking forward because nongYing, we do know when it comes to their firepower, they're capable of taking a team down. Is because when they go in too early, there's not much value towards the team that they are brawling against, despite they're winning over for those eliminations. But if they can actually drag it out, like just aiming for the extraction brawl, that's going to be a game changer for nongYing.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Because before this, they still got a decent amount of points overall, mostly through eliminations. And this round itself, they already have 7 million with more than 6 minutes to go. It could probably go up to 10 million maybe, depending on what kind of loot they can get. And they seem to be a challenge inside of the radiation zone. We do know that there's an extraction point here. So nongYing could be the best performing team this round.
But for Boom, though, they're definitely going to it where nongYing is actually at. Now, nongYing, if they not aware that Boom is going towards their direction and get surprised by it, and even if Boom try to gatekeep for their exit out later on, that's going to be worth 10 million of loot for Boom easily. But Boom, they need to get 20 million worth in this map to push down for last.
Yeah, their numbers don't seem to be going up, except for the 7 eliminations. But when it comes to purely loot, it's just slightly below 2 million now. So for them to hit that number, it's going to take quite a bit. Unless they take out nongYing with about 5 more minutes to go. And if they take out nongYing has 3 players, they will get 10 eliminations in total. And that's going to be worth 3 million in the pocket.
Yep. nongYing, this is not safe at all. And here comes the fight to the side of Boom. Oh man, what a game changer here. Boom and nongYing next. If there's going to be third party, definitely going to be third party winning if HLV seems to be interested. But first player booted out for HLV, that's going to be the player that worth probably almost 2 million. But for Boom Pyro, this is going to be the chosen one for every single map rotation coming up from Boom. So I assume maybe Pyro have the most amount of value out of the players of Boom.
Yeah, that's a possibility there. Hopefully we'll be able to get to see that when we pan over. But all in on to G9 right now. G9, they needed to send 2 players to take out G9. If it's only 1v1, then It's scary, but 2 plays in your G9, and that is mission done. But for the other 2 plays of nongYing, one of them pretty low at this moment, make that both of them low. Booyah! He'll rush in onto SOZip. SOZip now tries to fire back. SOZip will get a knockdown. SOZip needed to win this fight as he's carrying 1.8 million onto him.
Now it's down to only SOZip to actually do the work. Seems like things are going down the drain despite nongYing had a great run to finally loot up here. We see a different side of them. But boom, they are at heavy casualty too. nongYing left with only that one particular player. The moment they almost hit 10 million, they'd be stopped by Boom. And Boom, despite they try to take down nongYing, it's still a loss for them as well. I mean, like the numbers went down in an instant the moment they trade off their players for those eliminations.
Yeah, it was unfortunate for them right now. With only 2 players left, they are at about 1.1 mil. nongYing also went down significantly because now it's only SOZip and he's holding 1.8 mil onto him. The happiest of the bunch, of course, is HLV. They will be happy not to be part of this fight, and they could possibly be the team that brings home the most value out of this round. But Boom Esports, with the 2 players that they have, they're just being careful to make sure that SOZip is not going to be disruptive to them, and they could still potentially bring home more loot as compared to HLV, depending on what sort of loot that's on the ground now.
Speaking of the ground, did they reloot from those boxes? Yeah, I don't think so. They didn't have the time. They need to deal with the players. Yeah, speaking of time, Cloud, don't forget the time is still ticking. And 3 minutes on the clock with a sudden ambush coming up from Boom. This disrupts so much. Between these 2 teams, it's going to be a total loss. I mean, Boom definitely have more value here. But there might be some bosses spawning around the extraction point if it's happen to be one on top of this radiation zone, because it's radiation zone that we're talking about. So high chance there'll be a lot of mutants too. Not just they have to deal with the monsters and mobs, even the bosses on top of the extraction zone. If it's happened to be here, they have to deal with the enemy team as well. So I don't know if they can actually extract all the players out.
Yeah, the potential SOZip to disrupt them is still there. And he's around the corner. But this is where what we talk about some of the features that we would like to see, right? Like if you start to call down the extraction zone, like it will signal. And imagine if that happens in this sort of scenario, SOZip will get the message and he would try to stop them from extracting. But with the current case, of course, that's not implemented in the game yet. So SOZip have to use his game sense and instinct to try to overcome Boom Esports.
Pyro, 3 million worth. But unfortunately, this means that Boom, it's not going to be enough for them to just overtake the #1 spot against FLS with 2 players remaining. But the 8 elimination might actually help a bit. Still not going to be enough. They need another 10 million by the end of the day here. And for Boom, I think, is that an extraction point? I don't think so. But HLV, I mean, they exited safely. Yeah, there you go. Double extraction out at the same time. They will be happy. At least they scored themselves 10 millions. But nongYing SOZip try to make do with what he has left in less than a minute later. We don't have time for him to extract out anymore.
By him being in this abandoned train, I'm not sure if we get the memo that Boom already extracted themselves. So SOZip, yeah, he's flexing his emotes. Yeah, okay, time to go, SOZip, time to go. And he's on his way. At this point, he'll be able to like get a sense of like the audio cues around him. And he has it, he heard it, and yeah, it's clear. So he will be out in time. So himself won't be cashing out that much, 1.8 mil, and that's about it. 30 more seconds to go. Let's forget about looting, SOZip. Let's just go for it.
I think he definitely tried to maximize as much as he can, but extraction point need to be found here, buddy. Yep, it's already more than enough time. At the very last minute too, it's 5 seconds for extraction, and he's out in the 2 more seconds again. There you go. 5 seconds will be needed for the extraction too. They have to keep that in mind. So the total runoff, quite a number here still by Boom, despite it lost quite a lot of players. Now imagine if all players alive till the very end. They might actually have a shot at taking over #1 spot here just now.
Yeah, plus the amount of eliminations that they got, right? But they have to make do with whatever they have. So it's 8.8 million cashed in by Boom Esports, being the team with the highest value in this round. And by them eliminating some players of nongYing, that kind of helped them to boost up the numbers. If not, it could have been HLV. HLV avoided all the fights and they did not go. They did not loot in the radiation zone, so their loots are pretty average. But overall, I think they'll be pretty okay, pretty content with whatever they got. Because let's also remember, at this stage of the tournament, it's all about getting into the grand final. So if you are average enough, you keep yourself in page 1, you should be fine.
And the saddest part about nongYing, right? For the first time, we actually see them going for the loot. But unfortunately, karma hit them back in the very last minute because they almost hit themselves at 10 million loot worth when they were taking the radiation zone by themselves. When Boom finally ambushed them, that kind of turned the tide over for the side of Boom as well for the last minute. But nongYing, they do have their side that they actually want to go for looting as well. So I think we can actually anticipate that to happen maybe next week.
Yeah, so next week will be the final haul, of course, and that's where everything will be on the table, all chips on the board, see what happens, whether they change their strategy or not, because at least for nongYing, even though they did not extract with the amount of loot that they would have wanted, but at least they felt holding that loot, they felt being up there in terms of the loot, and maybe they feel good about it, and maybe they were like, hey, you know what guys, let's feel good for once, and let's be that number 1 team that brought home the most loot in a round.
Yeah, let's be rich for once and be the millionaires, and you know what, and just try to get along with these other teams too. But that's not being allowed by Boom till the last minute. But if they can switch things up, I really hope, because they're capable of doing it, I really hope they're gonna just be the gatekeepers of Extraction Point next week. That would be so much fun to watch, really.
Yeah, the gatekeeping is always fun, not gonna lie there. Even though it was SOZip yesterday, he did that, even though he's only one player, but it was fun and exciting. So if we were to be able to see that again, I wouldn't mind, not gonna complain about that. And there are teams that are capable of doing that, right? Especially if they're a team with high fragging firepower, teams like SEM9, teams like HLV, or even nongYing. If they were the ones to gatekeep teams, it will be super duper interesting. But of course, it's a roll of the dice as well. We did see HLV trying to do that, but no other team went to that extraction point, hence no action found by them.
Yeah, but by the end of the day, it's still gonna be whether they actually have the same mindset for the extraction points for the teams and how they want to loot up. Like we saw, I think it's kind of 100%. Like there are teams that really want to avoid conflict as much as possible, but conflict just happened to be their main best friend at the current team of the game itself. Like the teams like MCR, definitely one of the teams that don't really love those early fights, but they're being forced into it anyway because they happen to be passing by against 2 teams at the same time. But when it comes to FLS, I guess they still stand at number 1. And there's no tight contender between them and Boom, since that was Boom last run.
Yeah, but objectively, if we look at last week's performance, Boom did very well too. So you can do well like 2 weeks in a row, and then you have like absolute outliers who remain on page 2 for 2 weeks in a row. It will put you in a very good chance of being in grand finals, and that's where the big moolah is, right? So Boom Esports, even though they have not overtook a Palace ID, but still they'll be pretty content with whatever that they have. But nevertheless, they got to give credit to them. They are the highest haul team in this round with 11 million points collected.
For Boom, well, they are around, I assume, 40-ish, or close to 50 million. They were just short, slightly just around 5 to probably 8 millions to catch up to Fellas ID. But I agree, when it comes to comparing with their week number 1, still great run for them. SEM9 and FaZe Clan, unfortunately, didn't score anything here today. And MCR, I'm happy that they managed to securely get out from the map, because it's always going to be MCR either to be taken out by the other team or they'll be stopped from their extraction point till the very last minute. So it is actually a good run for the teams that never get out from the map before. But for 7-9 FaZe Clan, what to expect from this too, especially they are in Group B, so max rotation is still going to be in the game.
And you know what? The biggest laugh is actually nongYing, because they were next to Sem9. Sem9 went to nongYing, and somehow nongYing avoided the fight with Sem9, and they still managed to cash in 1.9 mil, while Sem9's got nothing this round. So nongYing will be thinking to themselves that, we got the last lap at the other day. Sem9, you tried to take us out, but too bad.
I agree. That's what happened. Like nongYing, they still win fights despite they this time not the one that engaging first. So I love the fact that nongYing will try to have some trigger discipline till the end of the day. But for Sem9 and FaZe Clan, FaZe Clan this week, starting off yesterday, it was quite a good run until they ended up with a 0 that day. Did not manage to get themselves out. And then I think just going downhill from there fourth. So FaZe Clan ended up with another 0 here. They need to have something, right, for the next run.
Yeah. Now that you mentioned that as well, like FaZe Clan still at the 0 this round. So that will still root them at the last place. So yeah, they still need to find a way to make a comeback, at least get onto page 1 so that they can gain a decent amount of weekly points for a chance to be in the grand finals. If not, well, next week, I would say that it will be pretty interesting. But we'll be looking over at the chosen one this time. Boom Esports have a different chosen one. This time it's Dapen with 5.5 mil cashed in.
When it comes to that 4 eliminations, that translates into 1.2 million just by those player eliminations too. It's always going to be a pyro for looting, but Dapen, he actually saved Boom against HLV before.
Yeah, I know, right? So this guy, not only in terms of able to loot, but he's also able to come up with good moments there to save his team in overall. So that's why his team is still one of the top contenders in this game mode here. So great work by Dapen, balancing out the loot as well as the eliminations. Just shows that this is a well-rounded player that can keep up the pace for Boom Esports in overall. Might not be able to overtake FLS, but at the end of the day, if you're able to get into the grand finals, then that is where the real game starts.
Yeah, but the grand final is going to be super fun because we don't know what kind of approach will the players actually try to think about as a team. There's so many ways to play Metro Royale, right? So far, I think it's one of the most creative team can actually win this one. But speaking of the ways of playing Metro Royale, there's too many ways to play this game.
Yeah, it's more versatile than the Battle Royale mode, right? Battle Royale mode is probably more straightforward by now, and plus after many years, teams have already shaped their meta. They already found that, okay, this is the best way to play it, at least for themselves. But in Metro Royale, the interesting part is that because it's a new game, everyone is still shaping the overall meta and then also considering what works for them as well. But let's check out the match recap from the previous round and see what worked out for this team. nongYing clearly did not want to fight with Sem9, even though Sem9 looked for them. They went straight up to Mine Warehouse and just played all the way there until Boom Esports came by.
Yeah, for the first time, nongYing not interested with Brawls here, but surprisingly, Brawls will try to find it by the end of the day. It's like, you're trying to be a better person, but your past keep haunting you till the very end. That's the case for nongYing here, definitely. But at least they still managed to secure and extract some of the players out. But with next rotation, we have B and C. Now, that's not going to be fun without Sem9 and FaZe Clan. But unfortunately, we don't see nongYing after this time. Too bad.
Yeah, so reintroducing Group C, Prime Team, MetroMini, and Arkong, who is going to play here. So the final 2 games will be fun to see how this kind of combination will work out. But overall, still, the Indonesian region reigns supreme in the Metro Royale game mode. All the top performance in every round is by an Indonesian team.
Yeah, but so far, we don't see any other contenders other than, of course, Boom before. But unfortunately, still nobody can shake them from their highest ground out there, which is going to be FaZe ID. I don't know about final week, though. Maybe the grand finals will be totally different. It depends because these teams that didn't actually get themselves in the top 1 and 2 might actually learn a couple of things out of FaZe ID rotation and their gameplay.
Yeah, I think there's always something to learn from, especially if they're the top team, right? Whether to learn to how they do it or maybe to counter them. But we're going to see what happens next. But before that, we'll get into a break. So we'll be seeing you guys after this one.
And we're back for more zombies and more Metro Royale for you guys for the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia 2024 with me, Chichu and Circlat, with only down to 2 maps. Who will challenge? Nobody will challenge Fellas ID now, don't we?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hard. But again, being objective, right? Being objective is all about gaining the weekly points to be in the grand finals later on. Of course, the grand finals will be happening at a later date, which is 7th of September. So mark your calendars for that. We are already towards the end in which we will roll down the final 2 games. But before we get on to our game, let's recap on the overall rankings as of now.
8 more million to go for Boom. I mean, like, Fellas ID, what can shake them at this point? When it comes to player eliminations, they're definitely not going to be the highest. So far, it's going to be Boom, despite nongYing being a bit of a brawler down there. They balance it out for Fellas ID.
Yeah, so Fellas ID balance of eliminations and also points collected per round through loot. So with that, they have found that formula to maintain their spot on top. Last week, they were champions of last week as well. So they gained maximum weekly points.
Yeah,
so something
and
can be learned
for
by
the
them.
second page, we have Team Mantap at the very least amount of points. FaZe Clan, unfortunately, when it comes to earnings, week 2 seems to ended up with a 0 possibly, because we don't see a lot. But for player elimination, they have quite a value up there. ETS, at least they're still at the borderline at 7th place there.
Interesting enough that FaZe Clan is no longer at the last place. But what's interesting is also our Ahoy! Yeah, thanks for reminding that. Ahoy! Airdrop Carnival is officially open! Call your friends and join. Call your mateys to join a pirate bash and ahoy yourself to the airdrop tokens, and you can potentially get a guaranteed set or emote of your choice. Mateys, have a great day and join in onto this carnival.
There you go, a dying pirate version this time. Thank you, Cloud. That was nice, by the way. Now we're back to it. The Galadriel suit Advanced Upgradable MG3 is now available in the game. So join the event and unlock coupons Unlimited Outfit Award from 6th to 13th of August. Don't forget, a new axe suit is waiting for you in the game for the date later today.
Yeah, okay. The elegantness is back there. I see that. Okay, that still sounds like D1. I have one in mind, but maybe we'll review that a bit later. But what we'll review next is going to be our groups. So we're going to introduce Group C. So they will be fighting with Group B this round. So Group B, we have Sam9, MetroCeria, FaZe Clan. In Group C, we have Prime Team, MetroMini, and Arkong. Now that I look at it, we actually have 2 Metro teams. I wonder if they're related in the first place.
Yeah, one is mini, one is a bit more happy. Cheria means happy, by the way, guys. So it's definitely Metro Royale. So maybe they are fitting the team of Metros there. But when it comes to the teams that they should look out for, there's going to be a lot of teams here for a brawl too. Sam9, FaZe Clan, no doubt they're going to be a bit of a brawler. Don't forget about Arkong. Arkong do play a lot of surprises sometimes when it comes to their tactic. I mean, sometimes they go early for the brawls, and sometimes they're the one that gatekeeping those extraction points too.
Yeah, the only thing is that they missed out on one of the rounds yesterday, so they need to make up to whatever that they lost yesterday today. And if they are, as what you said, right, a team that likes to gatekeep other teams from extracting themselves, this will be super duper fun. And of course, we're going to get onto the fun here, back on the zombie uprising mode coming soon. So Arkong, we'll be watching you.
Yeah, Arkong, I do hope they will surprise us. Maybe try to take the brawls later on today, because there's no point of taking the brawls when the team's broke themselves. The team they're trying to fight against is going to be pretty much as a 0. So maybe wait them to be slightly a bit more richer to finally take the fortune away.
Yeah, that's where we'll see whether they do that sort of strategy. But when it comes to the spawn, right? 4 teams on the left side spawn very, very close to each other. So Arkong, they have that space towards the right. Prime team as well have their own space. So I would expect more fights to happen on the left side. And we got at least 2 heavy hitters there. We got the 7-9 as well as I believe it was MOM in the left side here.
Oh, MetroMini is never known for their firepower. Yeah, sorry, but that's kind of true. Except for Winata, of course. You see Winata sometimes around the area where it's quite a cheeky place for them to take as long shots going. But MetroMini, especially moms or MOMs, they cluttered up together. It's never going to be a good sign if you're taking a fight when a team is rushing into your compound.
Oh, well, 7-9. They are the team that has a lot of firepower in them, and they will get the first elimination. And they're looking for more. A team that does not shy away from fights here. And they're still sticking with the same lineup from before. Now surrounding them, even sending a nade across Loyu, managed to chip a bit of damage. And he will be having high ground advantage. And that's going to be another knockdown for Loyu.
Yep. Next is going to be MCR fighting against FaZe Clan. Sakura's down, and that's a clean execution by Ochuts. Coming up from the side of MCR, Havis always going to be the first one to be knocked here, but fortunate enough for MCR, at least they still can pick up their members. I don't know if they have the smoke, so they definitely do, should be. But for FaZe Clan, this might actually take their plan into a B plan, since things didn't work out for their first ambush. But hey, speaking of brawlers, you might have our third party coming in here.
Yeah, here we go. They have to make this one quick before another team comes by. The Sui Boy will pick up a point out of MCR, and that's going to be their first elimination for now, that is. But the other members of FaZe Clan coming by as well, and MCR is still in this compound. MOM across this horizon too. So as what we expected, because of how they spawn, there will be a lot more fights to continue on in this area.
I mean, like, these teams should be all same group with nongYing, you know. That would be fun to watch, because all of these guys seems to be loving the fact to take the fight, despite their opponents not having too much of a loot yet. So, yeah. If you add in nongYing, probably going to be perfect out of all these teams right now.
Yeah, but nongYing unfortunately is not playing, so they will miss out on all the fun. But 7-9 Loyu is having fun. He got 2 eliminations by himself, looking for Sunny Boy from FaZe Clan across the horizon. And Sunny Boy, with smokes around him, that will at least buy him some time. But no time now for Abyss as he gets knocked down, and Kin will move in. Abyss eliminated, but same goes for the final member of MCR as they become the first team to go out.
Kin, next is going to be 7-9, try to rotate around, and they might actually collide with FaZe Clan too. FaZe Clan, they only have 3 members here. This is going to be difficult for them to finish their run great today, despite quite a good start.
Yeah, I know, right? So make that probably going to be 2 since Sunny Boy is bleeding out. And 7-9 is still around the area. Oh, Loyu gets knocked. Okay, at least. Oh, no, Loyu Kin goes down as well. Lantizi will need to come up with a save here. Mamparang is pretty low, and he's chased out away by Zhao James.
Now, Zhao James came. Tony next tried to save his teammate, going for the rescue mission after all. Question is, can 7-9 finish off the job? Zhao James actually go for divide and conquer here, but the problem is, can he hold the entire crew of 7-9 who's rushing towards his side in this instant? We do have Zhao James trying to reposition himself across the other side just to get visualization to the side of 7-9, but Mamparang definitely found himself an off angle down there.
Yeah, and he managed to save his other teammates as well. So 7-9, that leads back as a trio without Loyu. Kim Tony pretty low, but he will still go out. And now Sunny Boy is going to be the final member for FaZe Clan. Oh, not the final member. There's actually one FaZe Clan member, but he is away from this area, not going to be involved with fights. Now Sunny Boy is on his own.
Mamparang, here comes the Nick coming in, flying to the side of 7-9, Sui Boy. Last time we do know that he's one of the highest looter when it comes to the side of FaZe Clan, but unfortunately all team members of FaZe Clan will be forced to the fight here. I think we might actually end up with 2 teams by the end of today.
That's a big possibility right now. Because, okay, maybe 3. If 7-9 wins this fight, then they should be on a clear. Because last time we saw AKG and Prime Team, they were on the right side of the map, so they're doing their own thing, unless they cancel each other, that is. But of course, now the focus for 7-9 is to find a few members of FaZe Clan, and here we still have Zhao James, Stewie Boys on the other side. But inside of the radiation zone, okay, the 2 teams that we saw earlier on during the spawn, they are both there.
Oh, man. But AKG having the greatest. I was expecting AKG to actually do all the work here, making it difficult for the other teams. But for Sam9, backfired indeed, down to only Lanzi and Kinex. And we're heading to nighttime very soon as well, Cloud.
Oh yeah, that's where the horde of zombies will show up. Mamparang is bleeding out atop the hill. And Zhao James, up against Skin, tosses 2 mollies and Kim is forced to move. But he wouldn't mind taking a close quarters combat. At the same time, Lanzi moving on down by Zhao James. Nice shooting, but Zhao James came up with a double elimination onto Sam9. And he's still able to save his teammate.
FaZe Clan, it was close to being taken out completely. But speaking of time, at least time is still on their side for the looting phase. But lucky enough for them, they finish up right before nighttime as well. If not, things will go so south if there's some boss spawns around the corner too for them. But next we have AKG, the team that I expect to be aggressive. But this time they're playing it very differently. What is going on?
Okay, so AKG, they're not putting too much focus onto the radiation zone to loot. Instead, they're going for the chase onto Prime Team. And now they meet up with Prime Team. They get the first knock onto Naim. And Naim now down on his knees. Keyboy, just beside him, Naim will be eliminated. And now Keyboy, behind the smoke, that gives a clue towards AKG that somebody's there.
Now for the side of AKG, it's going to be down to us against Prime. They got the most loot out of all these teams just now on their way towards the radiation zone. But unfortunately, I have to put on hold what they're planning to do here. Due to the disruption, the sudden disruption when it comes to around the tunnel area, AKG, whether they want to get out or just barely try to get in. Prime, on the other hand, with 2 players left, I think they should probably leave by now.
Yeah, 2 players left with the heavy hitters, AKG around the corner. Get whatever they can get before AKG shows up and extract themselves as soon as possible. So that is what exactly Stone Cold is doing. We do still see AKG on our screen, but they are on the other end. But I do expect AKG to come back to the radiation zone since they now know that they have the man advantage. And radiation zone is obviously the area that has the highest loot value. So it does make sense for them to come back here.
3 million at stake, but AKG full squad is still a-okay. It's down to fair. I mean, this is that one player of MetroMini. I do want to see how he actually played this one by himself. If he's still okay on the outside, or is FaZe Clan still lurking, right? It's right on top of this tunnel right now where AKG is at towards the side, just exiting out from the mines warehouse. So they're going to go entry into Garden Maison. Well, still going to be nighttime on the outskirts. FaZe Clan, Zhao James. I mean, he did such a great play on the side of FaZe Clan, going off angle entirely. And that actually gave them quite a number of eliminations still, over 2 million points worth. But it's down to their looting phase. Can they make it out alive in case there's a boss spawning around?
Yeah, that was a great play by Zhao Jin. That definitely deserves a highlight there. So despite them only having 2 players now, but with the 7 eliminations that they got, that's a pretty healthy amount. Now it's a matter of as long as they don't miss the extraction point in time, because we saw that yesterday. But we come back onto AKG, and we have a Fiki here alone. But he's actually not occupied with AKG. He's occupied with the nighttime zombies around him.
Yep, still nighttime. So it means that aggressive zombies and also a total lot of hordes will be flying over to a side of Fiki if he's not being careful with his gunfire. No noise can be actually be too reckless or being made by the teams that actually don't have enough players for their side. But AKG seems like they are quite in a role here, taking better amount of points if they can translate into into points. Because first day that I see AKG play during the group stage, what they had before, BD was the only player that did not extract himself out, despite he got quite a high value loot. Because of that one failed extraction by the end of the day, ended up with a 0 for the entire crew in their first day. That was their first day for AKG.
Yeah, he probably bought dinner for the entire team for doing that. Yeah, I mean, if it's my teammate, it'll be like, it's dinner and dinner. Like every single dinner for the next month is bought by him. You know, it's because of him that they failed to cash in onto the 10 million. So yeah, but yeah, it's time for them to really make it up to it, right? So far so good for them with the 7 eliminations. But AKG, look at this, right? They are still in the lead, obviously. FaZe Clan doing not too bad, but yeah, we have so little players now on the battleground. The only team that could disrupt other teams right now is clearly AKG, and they're not interested in the radiation zone. They are interested in going around the map to maybe find eliminations while they loot.
Yeah, they don't want to be in the radiation zone anymore. They exit out from there, knowing the fact it's too much at risk with some contenders early on, which was against Prime. So AKG, they learned their hard lesson, especially BD. We remember BD, of course. But for AKG, if they can score a couple of bosses around, it would be a huge advantage. But unfortunately, they are sharing the same space as FaZe Clan right now, which is not too far of them. So when it comes to be cautious about their positions, I think Monkey probably heard those gunfires by FaZe Clan and tried to take out zombies before. That's why he's being extra careful and extra vigilant up there.
Yeah, and you did mention about AKG's playstyle of liking to gatekeep the extraction zone. So maybe that's one of the reasons that they come out of the radiation zone, because if they stay there, there won't be any other contest. But speaking about contest, Zhao James gets knocked down. Now, FaZe Clan only has one active player left, and it's AKG onto Sui Boy.
And Suboy is quite a valuable player. I assume he got quite a number of loot since he will try to go for revive. And lucky it's still nighttime, so the zombies will distract AKG for a bit. And they have 2 members knocked down as well. So that's going to be the reset they're trying to aim for Zhao James. But unfortunately, the zombies are making it difficult and impossible. Those small minions of zombie and nighttime seems to be the most aggressive time. And just slightly a bit more for the daytime to come over now. Unfortunately, they have to lose a couple of members for AKG. I wonder how much of a loss is that? 2 of them down.
2 of them down to zombies. Oh man, this is AKG falling apart. Sui Boy surrounded by a horde of zombies says, well, another zombie attack the monkey. Eliminated just by zombies. The zombies took him out. Oh no, this is bad for AKG.
Of all the things that can actually finish off a play, it's gonna be the zombies.
Yeah. Man, you don't get to see that all the time. Like, it's the zombies that eliminate an entire team. 3 players from AKG all out. So they now only depend on that one player that is extracted. So only 1.4 mil, but 3 players from AKG, just like that, went out to zombies. Oh no.
I think that was around 2 million worth of loot on the players that got finished off by zombies just now. That's a huge loss.
Absolutely big there for AKG. 3 eliminations and 1 player cashed in. That's all that AKG has this round. Now, only one Kapuk left in the entire map. He has the entire map to himself to take his time to loot. 300,000 in his pocket. If it extracts now, it's not going to be much. Even Prime Team, they didn't get any elimination points. Not that they can gain any more elimination points now. So it's really up to Kapuk. How long more does he want to stay in this map?
It's painful to watch, but at least for AKG, the highest loot player just now, they managed to extract him out early. So he's down to that one last play of Prime to finish off. Kapuk still trying to push their limit here. But like we mentioned before, there's a chance that you might actually bump into a boss, and that's going to be the worst case scenario.
Yeah, that just shows that do not look down on the NPCs here, whether it's the zombies, whether it's the soldiers, they're capable of eliminating entire squad. So that is lesson learned here in this Metro Royale game mode.
Yeah, I mean, that was a normal zombie, by the way. It's not even a boss to start with that finished off the entire line of AKG. And that was painful to watch, man. I mean, it's more painful to be the player. It's like, how do we get eliminated by zombies? That spitting vomit, the normal vomit, is not even a possessed rock at this point. It's just, normal zombies.
Yeah, it's probably the first time that we see in this Metro Royale Esports game mode that an entire squad gets eliminated by zombies. So, not that I've seen it even in the open qualifiers. So, man, this is a new record that we're setting here today.
I don't know, is it a good record or something that they should go back to the drawing board to reconsider whether they should let that happen again?
Well, if it happens again, it will definitely be hilarious. Other teams will be looking at this VOD and thinking to themselves that it's just ridiculous that just happened. But yeah, that's probably the best way to describe it. It's out of this world. All the other teams would be like, how did you let that happen? Because it's just regular zombies. Like, you could have easily cleared them off.
Oh my god, of all the ways to go, there's so many ways to die, and there will be the song that played it out, dumb ways to die. There you go.
Oh well, I guess that would mean that the other teams would be not only laughing but celebrating at the same time that they got eliminated just like that. So more for the teams then, and more for Bunkerpo for the entire map. He should be looking for his extraction point now. At least he's able to identify it so that he doesn't leave it for the last minute and risk not cashing in anything at all.
Speaking of risk, right now Bunkerpo is at risk. Yeah, lucky enough, there's no boss spawn. It's daytime by now. And he got himself 2 minutes to go to exit out. And it's quite an empty space here. So he definitely secured extraction point. I hope we didn't actually miss this one, because last week we had the issue where the player, I think, kind of missed the extraction point and just go straight afterwards and did not manage to get out on time.
Yeah, we're close to 5 minutes. If he still misses the extraction point, I will have a lot of questions for Bunkerpo. Yeah, it should be Bunkerpo after that, because his teammates will be tepoking him. And for the benefit of our international audience, tepo means like a slap or hit or something like that. So yeah, he will be out and he will cash in a minimal amount for himself. No extra elimination points. And we are done for this round. Very fast-paced round, if you ask me, and very entertaining.
And this is the first time looking at AKG actually get the most value for their run, because usually AKG is always either getting nothing or one of the lowest, and this is definitely a flip of a coin. And I love this change of pace coming up from AKG. I thought they're gonna go for our brawls, but apparently they're the one with the most sense of all the teams just now.
And it's great to see AKG getting like the most value out of this round, but honestly, it's not as high as I would have thought. It's like it's at the lower bar there, the AKG, but it's mostly down to eliminations, and also a very weird elimination by regular zombies, not even the boss. So that definitely goes down the highlights there.
Imagine if they didn't actually go down. They're definitely going to have better lead. Yeah, they finish off the most strongest. I mean, thanks to all the other teams seems to be busy with the brawls early on, right? If not, probably the other teams will start to overtake them. But AKG, zombies going to be their biggest issue here, perhaps.
Yeah, they will dread the day they see another zombie. But after this, at least they'll be going on to a different mode altogether. So they'll be seeing more militants instead of zombies in the next round. So they're done with zombies, okay? They're done with zombies. I wonder what will be the conversation like behind the scenes. I really would like to see that. if there's any chance of like getting like player camps or something like that, or even player comms, it will be something interesting for us to see like what's the conversation happening.
I think the biggest question is like between the teammates, how did you die? What hit you? The answer probably going to be, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, from our view, right, if we were to break that down, like he was busy reviving his teammates, and the zombies just attack, just like that, right? As simple as that. And he had the option of like, okay, guys, no can do, zombies around, too much for me to handle. I'll just leave. But looks like blood is thicker than water for him, and at least one thing that he gained out of this round, besides just like maybe some points, is that he still gained the friendship and also the non-unfriend in social media, if that makes sense.
No, the thing is, right, what's perplexing for me was that the zombie didn't approach them with any tactical way or sort. There's no mollies, there's no smoke. It's just the zombie just woke up and they died.
I mean, there's almost no explanation to it, right? Unless they explain it themselves. At most, we could just break down the situation and that's it. But yeah, this is one of those moments where we wish that we could get an interview from the teams. Like, explain to us what happened, you know. We deserve an explanation. What just happened there?
Yeah, we cannot possibly just interview the zombie that finished off the teams just now. There's no way to actually have that. But yeah, we definitely need some explanation on the side of the team that just lost to normal zombies. I mean, if it's a boss, it's something that, okay, fine. If it's a boss with you reviving your teammate, it seems super difficult. But
yeah, understandably, if it's a boss, then yeah. We've seen boss knocking down players before, and it's quite common to see. But regular zombies, even knocking down, even like normal knocks, right, from a regular zombie, you don't get to see that often. It's almost for the most part easily dealt with either by eliminating them or just running away. But yeah, that's just one of those weird things that happened, right? Yesterday we had the zombie rock, and today we have the weird zombie elimination of an entire team. Like, I don't know what else to expect from this game now.
yeah. But that's the variety of Metro Royale, right? The variables that sometimes you never put it into a factor into the game. Now making us a bit of eye-opening towards Metro Royale is so many ways to die too, not just how many ways to play. But AKG, despite they lost their players against Zombie, who didn't score any of the eliminations, by the way, for the Zombies, they still get themselves the highest match ranking earnings. And despite of FaZe Clan not getting team earning at all, but due to their player elimination with Sam9, they managed to push themselves there in the top 3.
Yeah, they're now playing it as if like nongYing is playing. It's like, okay, we just go for eliminations, that's it. And even by just focusing onto eliminations, their gap between themselves and AKG is not that far, because FaZe Clan will be laughing at them. It's like, ha ha, see, you guys only managed to lock in 3.1 mil. It could have been way, way more, but yeah, we all know what happened there. But at least this round, right, nobody went out 0 points. Everyone got points for themselves.
Yep, I agree. At least that's going to be the good news for this round, because when it comes to the previous group we had earlier before, so many times we witnessed, like with zeros for like example, even FaZe Clan, like yeah, especially ETS earlier today and Team Mantap example. I mean, by the end of the day, some of them did actually score, not for the side of ETS though, but for the side of Group B, for our last group here, B and C, it's a better outcome compared to the others. Maybe because there's too many brawls in the early fights just now that make all the players at least got themselves some eliminations. But for our MVP or the chosen one, congratulations towards the player. I think they have to recalculate that, maybe because there's too many numbers involving for this mode.
Yeah, because every team has their own numbers, right? But we're going to get BJ as our chosen one this time. the only player to extract himself, so he's clearly the chosen one, right? 2.6 mil, no other eliminations, and that's how he became the chosen one. Nobody else in AKG extracted, so yeah, BJ, easy chosen one.
Yep, the only one that extracted with the most amount based on all the other players' extraction. I assume this is going to be the highest looter for AKG. If he's the one being knocked down by the zombies, now that's going to be a different story because he contributed, I think, around 60 to 80% towards the total AKG and make it 80% because out of the 3 millions they have total points. Thanks to BJ, they can push the numbers up.
Yeah, and looking over at the match recap, right? So look at AKG. They had a fun time at Mine Warehouse. They even pushed back Prime team at some point, and then they decided like, okay, let's go with the strategy of like looting on the outside. They won another fight until the zombie thing happened, and it's not because of FaZe Clan. Although it looked like it at the match recap, but it was because of the zombies. Leaving Bunkerpoke all alone to extract himself, and that is how that round ended.
That's the loneliest match recap ever for the ending, by the way. The entire map with one player for a long time. But for the top two, I think they are the immovable mountains for now. HLV now climbing up at number 3 at 14 million. So we might actually have a new contention when it comes to number 2, but it's still going to be Group B and C only. So there's no more HLV, but can they make it through for the teams that's still going to play for the last map rotations here?
Wow, FaZe Clan, 0 team earnings, but 16 eliminations boosted them up to a 7th place. And this is the first time in 2 days that the Indonesian region streak been broken. And it is done by AKG through a very weird round that they had. But still, they came out with the most value cashed in this round. So got to give it to AKG. But we do have the airdrop carnival. So let's get Choo becoming a pirate once.
Yeah. I'm going to be a different version of a pirate.
Okay.
Yo, PUBG Mobile airdrop carnival is officially open. Yo, so join your pirate bash. Yo, explore the Ocean Odyssey, new team area, Pirate Booty Island. Yo, don't forget the crate. So have a great day. Yo.
Okay, I thought Christmas came early. So do our producer. Okay, I'll try this. Caladria X sudah haya advanced upgradable MG3 now available, you know. Join the event now and unlock coupons and unlimited outfit awards now. Until 30 September, you know. Better fast, don't late because you all forget later, okay?
I think we found Mrs. Roger now, and she's gonna cook you fried rice, guys.
I'm just trying to go for modern Asian. I don't know, modern Asian.
Mrs. Roger wearing that, cooking a fried rice. There you go, man. That's something else entirely. Cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that Mrs. Roger cooking fried rice for me. Yeah, I'm a simple guy. I like fried rice. So if anyone wants to cook for me, fried rice doesn't go wrong. Just say it.
Unfortunately, you're not Mr. Roger until you can actually be one. I mean, you definitely have to remove your glasses now just to be Mr. Roger.
Wait till I get my orange polo tee. I'll come back with that.
Oh, yeah, you need to get that.
I'll come back with that. I'll need to find it.
Lucky Mr. Roger not known for green tea because if not, I mean like not green tea or green t-shirt.
Oh, okay.
If not, we don't see you sometimes, then you don't have a body.
Yeah, you see a floating head sometimes. Not this time, it is. Yeah, not this time. But orange polo tee. Okay, that shouldn't be too hard to find. Okay. I hope you have enough time though.
If it's summertime, it's probably going to be the colors that you're going to go for because right now it's already the fall season. That's why we have the PMSL fall season as well. Don't forget to watch it later, guys. But we're down to only Misty Port left. Yeah, and speaking of catching up, I mean, our top 3 definitely kind of fixed to a stone there. But I do want to see if we're going to have another brawl session then.
Yeah. let's go. I mean, I thought that like having like Group D in it will have like lots of like big fights like early on and all that. Yeah, we did have some of that, but interesting enough that the combination between Group B and Group C actually brought us a lot more action at the early stage, and also Arkong had to put in the entertainment towards the end. That, yeah.
I don't know why, but Arkong's always going to be having the weirdest way to finish. Like, that one player last time did not extract himself out, caused the entire team to have a 0. The ending with the zombie fight today, just against a normal zombie. And what else can they actually surprise us when it comes entertainment value? We're going to have to wait and see in the last map rotation there.
You know what? They provide entertainment value, but still they're on page 1. That's a flex there by Arkong, okay? We're the most entertaining team, but we're still on page 1. So beat that, guys. Beat that.
But for week number 1, they didn't do so great. But with this redemption in week number 2, I mean, they might actually get into the grand finals as long as they keep it up for their week number 3, though, because it's going to be the bling bling and ka-ching when it comes to the difference by end of this tournament. That's a big difference. First place, last place, by the way.
Yeah, it's the bling bling and ka-ching here. Yeah, that is the whole point of this game mode, right? So Arkong, yeah. Objectively as well, if they are able to maintain themselves on page 1 this week, next week, roughly page 1, then they should be cool. So, but of course, we need to look at like the overalls, like where everyone is at. Last week, it was pretty straightforward, right? But once we put in the scores for this week, then we'll start to see like, can this team do it? What does it take for them to do it? Are these teams safe enough? So all those questions will come into place by the end of this round, in which we have one more round to go between Group B and Group C. So for yourself, right, do you expect to see this kind of like early fights again between these two groups, or they will just play it safe?
You know, since they're starting off with the brawl just now, but everybody just drop the same spot, just go to the same spot and have a 3v3. There you go. All the teams, 6 teams, whoever wins the entire map. How about that?
Wow. Okay, so all the teams make a deal, right? We meet at Garnet Mason all the way. Meet at
go
there,
ahead.
Brawl down like, and the game ends in 5 minutes.
I mean, since they love the fight so much, might as well, okay, all 6 teams go and fight. Whoever wins, they get the most loot out of it. It's like you all in or all out, that's it, you know? Best man wins everything.
Yeah, why not, right? So that's where we see maybe like that one team with only elimination points, and that's it. Yeah, that would be kind of fun as well. But speaking about the potential of getting elimination points, right? So FaZe Clan and Prime Team, they're next to each other. But Prime Team is not a team that engages in fights that often. But FaZe Clan kinda is. But 7-9 is not too far away. So we might still see that fight between these two teams. But Prime Team. Okay, let's go up against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, this is unusual from Prime, really. Last time we saw Kibo is always going to be the looter for the side of Prime. nongYing, he's being charged in by FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan 7-9, if you don't touch them, they won't touch you too much. Except for FaZe Clan, of course. Maybe I'll take that back. 7-9 too. As long as you don't let them see you, they're going to let you just pass by. But the moment you let some information, there'll be somebody nearby, and then they will hunt you down like there's no tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what we want to see, right? So far, no big pursuit yet by FaZe Clan and Prime Team. They saw FaZe Clan around the corner, so they're not a team that likes to engage in fights, and they're gonna just stay away from FaZe Clan for now. FaZe Clan having their own spot as well. So, well, looks like a switch of a pace here for these teams at the start, at least.
Well, militants across the map is going to be a lot, so these guys might be confused sometimes whether it's player that actually shot them. But we do have a Roy or Joy here. Yeah, there you go, finished off. And almost entirely knocked down by Sakura here. I think that's one of the small bosses as well just now. And that was one of the boss that we talked about, the fire bosses. It was quite okay for Sakura to just manage that by himself, so... There's quite a number of loot he can actually get from that fight just now.
Yeah, if he got knocked down earlier on, like his teammates were not close by, there was a potential that he might have been eliminated. So that was a close one there for him. MCR, okay. So they spawned not too far away from Prime Team, and they happen to be in the area of Prime Team is at. So Prime Team is in a building, a compound with a good amount of loot here. So it will be interesting to see MCR try to take away this area for them by starting off this long-range shot on the keyboard.
Oh, shots. Oh, fire back on the side of... Oh, double... Wait, what? They finished off in an instant and leaving MCR all by themselves. They overextend and overpick themselves too much. Sitting at the same spot, and there's gonna be a Prime might take advantage of this. On the side of MCR, they didn't actually have that much of a loot, but due to the distance, they can revive. If they want to go for another challenge, I don't think that's actually wise.
Yeah, without numbers though. Unless they can get a long-range knock. We saw them scoping down. Okay, anyway, Abyss now seems to be interested to go in for a flank. Oh, but then again, he's caught out by Naim and he gets knocked out in the open. So Prime Team will claim their second elimination.
For Naim, Aichan is a bit far. MCR last player that is. And Aichan's always going to be the looter as well. Unfortunately for MCR, well, will they be the first one to be going out of this lobby without any point? So far, we had this grouping going against each other. At least the last round, everybody translate into some points, right?
Yeah, everyone got something out of the last round. Now it's really down to Aichan. It's praying for himself not to meet up with any other team, especially FaZe Clan, who could still be around the corner. So I guess that's why he's hugging like by the shoreline and hoping to not have to deal with any other team, because if you hug by the shoreline, at least you don't need to worry about your back or the sea area, right? You just need to focus onto the land area. So it could be a safer route for him. But for Sem9, it won't be a safer route if they meet up with MetroMini in this area.
Moms or MetroMini. I don't know, firepower-wise, we have to give respect a lot for Sem9. I mean, especially Low, you got himself warm up in the PUBG Mobile Battle Royale yesterday. He's definitely aiming more for those eliminations here.
Yeah, I wonder which one was the warm-up, right? Was the Metro Royale the warm-up, or was the Battle Royale the warm-up? They did play a handful of games yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, in case you did not catch up on the PMSL Battle Royale edition. So Loyu actually played a couple of games yesterday. So today he'll be looking to make a bit of a redemption, because yesterday wasn't Sem9's day in general.
Yeah, just 4 more points to get to play today for Super Sunday. It was quite a just tiny bit miss if they land those chickens yesterday, right? But at least redemption time coming up from Sem9 and Metro Royale. Maybe we get to see a good ending here for Sem9, perhaps.
Yeah, and looking at Sem9's condition so far, they are okay. Still a full team. Not really engaging with any other fights, despite them spotting across or close by with other teams. So, change of a strategy, change of a pace. They're going to focus on to loot instead this time. And if they so happen to meet up with other teams, then, well, so be it, right? But Sem9, maybe they start to realize that, hey, you know what? In the overalls, we want to at least keep a good pace on the final game and cash in onto the points before we come on to the last week of the stage.
That's kind of true. But AKG is going to be the only team around the radiation zone for now. We don't know what else Sem9 or FaZe Clan thinking about, and they might actually walking over to this area right now. But AKG, knowing the fact that the teams will try to contest this later, there's always 2 ways to play around the radiation zone, right? Whether if you're confident enough with your firepower, you can overstay, but you have to have somebody to guard over the door to make sure the entry point in will have information if there's any nearby teams coming in too soon. Or if you are not really into those defense position, everybody try to loot up, maybe put themselves around only 3 minutes or 2 minutes on top of the radiation zone, and then when you're done with that 2 minutes, you have to get out in an instant.
Yeah, that would make sense as well because if you stay there all the way, there's a chance that other teams will come by. And looting on the outside is not a bad idea too, unless you get eliminated by zombies. And that's a whole different conversation. But I guess a balance of not only playing in the radiation zone would be good. And that would kind of trick other teams like, oh, come in. Oh, it's clear. Oh, nobody is there. But all the loots are gone.
Yeah, the thing is, you have to know which corner of the radiation zone that you should focus on. That's going to be the hardest way to play to get in and out quickly. Because if you just get in quickly without that much highest value you can actually possibly get, then it's going to be still a waste of time that's spent over on the radiation zone, and you did not utilize it efficiently till the very end. And also, it's best to go there around almost nighttime because maybe that's where you get the bosses as well. So speaking of timing, going straight to it, into it, might not be the best case. And speaking of not the best case, wow, it's M9.
Yeah, pop it to MetroMini, and they got 2 eliminations. Potentially, this is going to be another elimination in the pocket for Sem9. So 600,000 in their pockets. And they're going in for it. And plus, so happened that area is around the extraction zone. So it would make sense for them to try to contest it. But for FaZe Clan, prime team in front of them, D-Boy down on his knees. And we can see based on the minimap, the other members of FaZe Clan is trying to do a wrap around on the prime team.
Prime, another team that they can go for defense, but not when they're being ambushed from the back as well. Sakura's tossing the nade over. They managed to knock down Sakura before. I think it's very personal for Sakura next. So Sakura trying to find an opening towards the side of a prime team. And we saw just now one of the players of FaZe Clan is so far on top, which can be Kim Tony. Not Tony K. Kim Tony. So Sem9 on the other hand, taking advantage of their current situation of full squad. I think if the other teams being eliminated here, well, right now, definitely already Sem9 with the only team with all 4 men alive, definitely have more pockets to loot from.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the fact that they potentially might eliminate a prime team at this stage, that also means that they are able to gain more loot. But speaking about prime team, they are also engaged with FaZe Clan now. FaZe Clan 3 players. And I can understand why Stone Cold wants to take this compound because one of the extraction areas is actually on top of this rooftop. So that's why they try to hold it down. Loot-wise, not the best, but at least they have this extraction area secured. So whatever it is, they can still use this as an exit later on.
True. Try to find the best extraction point with 9 minutes on the clock. I mean, at least they still have more time despite they want to go for the commitment towards that particular extraction point they can find early, or maybe the extraction point on top of certain compounds is high value of loot. But is it worth fighting for if you're going to waste another few more minutes here? AKG, they are shooting the numbers up. Almost 7 million. And they're still around the radiation zone. Now, I do want to see if the other teams want to challenge those radiation zones, especially Sem9. Since Prime and FaZe Clan seems to be a bit busy against each other. And I don't know what about the last player of MCR as well. Now, if Prime and FaZe Clan couldn't wrap things up, they definitely won't have enough time to loot later.
Yeah, the final member of MCR definitely will not be interested to challenge anyone. He'll be doing his own thing around the map, just avoiding all the fights. So that will be the case for them. But for FaZe Clan, okay, they're not going to continue to pursue Prime Team, knowing probably that Prime Team has this compound as their fortress, so they might find it not going to be worthwhile. And that is actually pretty good of a decision because you don't want to spend time locked in with another team and you yourself not getting the loot. So it will be a lose-lose situation for both.
Yeah. With 8 minutes, now 7 minutes down, we do have another contender. MetroMini seems to be interested to go where the direction of FaZe Clan also stands here right now. But they're looting their earnings right now. It's not too much. I think Fiki can actually shoot Sakura down if he actually just picks slightly a bit more forward. He saw the smokes being popped before. He knows this is going to be players. The moment he saw smoke, it's 100% players. No more zombies or whatsoever or militants. Unless it's going to be the boss, of course. But FaZe Clan, I mean, they commit to this fight no matter what it is. Things got really personal between these two teams now.
Well, but Fiki might be the one to disrupt the FaZe Clan's plan, but Sakura fires back on the Fiki. Now down on his knees, out in the open, and Sakura will definitely be able to collect that one elimination point. But just to be safe, he used a nade to secure it. Now, that also means that Fiki is also the last member standing for his team and would definitely not look good at all.
Things going dwindling down despite it's going to be the last map for the teams to push the numbers up, surprisingly. Ain't no surprise. Might as well make the brawl of, one winner to rule the entire map. Maybe that's going to be the done deal later by end of next week. Who knows? But back towards the fight, Sam9 still have a full squad. Now, it's going to be Sam9 fighting against FaZe Clan next. I think the biggest winner is still going to be AKG by the end of this round.
Yeah, AKG just avoiding all the fights as long as they can avoid being eliminated by the NPCs too. But the fight will continue on here. And we got Cheese Love, my favorite flavors, all alone here. And the final member, being the final member of MetroMini as well, so he cannot afford to lose any of these fights. But he has not only FaZe Clan to deal with, but also Sam9 who has arrived in this area.
Speaking of arrival, 3 teams right on top of each other with last player of MetroMini. Oh, we might actually just have one team to finish off the run and the day here. I don't know about the player of MCI. If they want to join in as well, why not?
Well, that will be interesting though. Might as well make it a brawl, right? Because Cheese Love is there as well. So if everyone comes here, then, well, AKG has the biggest laugh. But for Naim, he's looking for the biggest laugh right now. He's going to rush in, and Naim almost winning this fight. But unfortunately, he lost it with a 1v1 against Sakura. And Naim will be eliminated. That is Prime Team losing another player.
It's just going to be either Sam9 taking the, most players alive. Unfortunately for Prime, they had 4 eliminations before, down to only last player, which could be Stone Cold. I think Kim Tony has no problem to visualize him from top. But it's actually a different angle, a different corner. And Stone Cold can actually climb all the way from the back. Now, this is going to be interesting. If Kim Tony being knocked down, nobody can actually save him for now.
Oh, yeah. And Stone Cold has to clear off Kim Tony before saving Bunker Poke. Bunker Poke up bleeding out. Kim Tony goes down to the ground floor. And now Stone Cold is the one that has the high ground advantage. But before that, Kim Tony makes sure that elimination point is back onto the hands of FaZe Clan before dealing with Stone Cold.
Stone Cold still have some problem to wrap things up against Kim Tony. I'll find a visualize on him. A clear shot.
Oh!
No way.
Wow.
That angle supposedly should be Prime player winning.
Wow! And Stone Cold had the first shot. But Kim Tony, man, I'm not having questions. Is this actually Tony K? But great work there by Kim Tony from the lower ground. And he had to flick behind. He had to pull his trigger later. And he still won the fight.
With that angle too. I mean, that wasn't easy for Kim Tony. But you know what? Next is going to be Sam9. And they ejected one of the players that were the highest value, I assume. So even if they're forced to take the fight anyway, they still have some loot earnings by the end of Sam9's run here.
Yeah, so at least something in the back for Sam9. But they lose another player. So now only one player left for Sam9. Kim Tony, 4 eliminations just by himself. He's being the Terminator for FaZe Clan now.
FaZe Clan, I mean, we do have a lot of Tony, and another Tony. But for FaZe Clan this time, are they aiming for the eliminations when it comes to earnings? 7 times 3, that's over 2 million with total earnings of 2.5. That's definitely going to be 5 million in the back. Now it's down to Kim Tony, if he can actually push the loot slightly a bit, just a bit more.
Yeah, I know, right? Not the most in his backpack now, about 300,000. So he'll be looking for more, but at least he has like these loot boxes around him to maximize the potential loot that he can get after all those eliminations. As for Jin, being the final member of SEM9, if you look at his net worth right now, it's really not great at all. So, but okay, he's going for the extraction. Oh, okay, interesting. I guess he has done enough around this area, and he looks at his watch and he tells himself that, okay, not enough time for me to go elsewhere anyway, might as well leave.
Yep, time is another factor here that it should be considered about for the teams with 2 minutes on the clock. Not much time for them anymore. That last player of MetroMini, Cheese Love, can he get out? That's the question. It's Kim Tony we're talking about. He's aiming for one last extra 300,000 worth of player.
Yeah, in 2 minutes time though. So okay, Jesus shows himself, and that's it. That's another extra 300,000 in the pocket of Kim Tony, and he should have enough time to extract himself. In fact, there's also enough time for him to check out what's inside the box before going in onto the extraction point. So there you go. We'll definitely. It's a matter of time till we wrap things up now with this round with Kim Tony, and that's about.
We're gonna have to wait it in case zombies kind of eliminates him the last minute, you know. Just in case. We've seen that before. It's not impossible.
Well, I guess now this is your answer, right?
That would be a funny ending, though, if suddenly a zombie just stops him from exiting out with such a small window of time to get out as well. We've seen that happen multiple times here, but it's a great run by the side of FaZe Clan. They don't have a Tony K, but they have Kim Tony. Definitely made such a great call waiting out from last play of Moms. And it's AKG again with the most value. No surprise for us, I guess.
Yeah, avoid all the fights, and at least this time, the total value is pretty decent, 6.2 mil. So they are the bravest of them all to gather all these loots, and they come out as the top here. So back-to-back AKG and back-to-back Thai streak that actually broke the Indonesian region streak since yesterday.
And this redemption week on the side of AKG, of course, they had the worst run ever when it comes to week number 1. Barely got any points by the end of the day. They did not score any points when it comes to week number 1. So definitely will actually push themselves up to get into the grand final with this kind of performance. Yeah, quite unusual on the side of AKG. I did not expect that from them because SEM9 played like AKG last week.
Yeah, but at least it's something that it continued to evolve, right? Like they learned whatever happened like previously, even last week, and also obviously the round before that they would have learned a lot. So so far they are starting to keep up the pace with the other teams. Now, whether they will be able to gain enough points to make it onto the grand finals later on, that is for us to answer next week. But for AKG, at least they're doing not too bad today, except for that one mishap.
That mishap cost them 2 or 3 million worth though, but it's still, at least it's got themselves the most out of all the other teams that just having a brawly day. Maybe they should actually jump into the next mode that we're gonna have later on, which gonna be the Battle Royale. That's where they belong, should be. And you guys that are watching the Metro Royale, you forget maybe the next season we're gonna have you guys join in too, because it seems like it's more fun. Definitely, there's so many ways to play this game.
Yeah, and everyone's still discovering like how's the best way to play this game, right? So if there is a next edition, make sure you guys sign up for this because it's $10,000 prize pool on the line, just like that. And all you need to do is like just play during the weekend. So for those of you who probably have like weekday commitments, whether it's school, whether it's work, at least it's on the weekend. So this is where you guys can free up your time on the weekend to potentially get part of this prize pool and maybe make a name for yourself.
Yeah, and I hope if there's another season of that, we will have our helicopter and flare gun mechanism as well. If you need to exit out, you have to have that flare gun. If you dropped it, or any of the players that actually carry the flare gun, maybe just one flare gun as a team, that would be fun to watch too. So if the player that with the flag gun finished off and be stolen by another team, then the team cannot extract themselves out as well.
Yeah, a lot of features that we have discussed here, right, throughout the 2 days. So, in case you see any of it, you know where it came from, all right? It came from here first, hashtag 1%. But I would definitely want to see a lot more features in the game here, like those things that make it that makes it become the hard mode, so to speak, like the alerts that would pull hordes of zombies when you want to extract, like it will alert other teams as well. That would be super duper fun.
Yeah, PUBG Mobile, please listen to our plea. And we promise it's going to be super fun with that, especially when it comes to the defense time. Like 30 seconds probably going to be the best time for them to hold a horde or maybe some bosses when it comes to after the flag can be activated around the circle of extraction, right? It'll be super fun to watch. And that means that you have to put into factor about the time as well. Because extraction-wise, they have to have themselves extra 1 minute just to get out, you know?
Yeah, they need to make sure that everything is clear. So that will be the challenge, right? That will be the challenge. It's a hard work. But of course, if we would summarize that, okay, you put up a challenge, you give them extra challenge, but also you give them rewards for it. So whatever that they get from trying to defend, they could potentially still get the last minute loot that is super duper valuable. So at least that's a good trade-off there. Assuming like I can imagine it right now, like hordes of zombies and regular zombies and also bosses come as well. It's not like only like 1 or 2 bosses. Let's make it like 10 bosses just spawn and show up.
Yeah.
I would want to see how teams will manage that.
And if they can actually wipe out the entire a horde, and there's a chance that they actually have a very unusual drop of loot, which can be a diamond, maybe a sort of a diamond that have the highest value of them all, that can worth maybe 2 million or something like that, right? It'd be really cool to actually have that too. Like even if the teams that don't really have too much of a progress when it comes to exiting out, at least they scored at least that 2 million worth of point as well.
Yeah, because right now the highest value loot is a gold bar. So if a diamond is created, so there's still some space, right? There's still some space to have that diamond as the highest value loot. So it will be interesting, and also it allows like a comebacks for teams, right? Maybe from the start they'll be like, okay, the first extraction point we see, we immediately press the button just because we need to make that big comeback when it comes to points in the overall charts. So it also gives a comeback mechanism criteria for those teams. But of course, that also opens up opportunity for teams that are already comfortable up there to hit that button early and just make the gap even bigger. So that's down to like strategy of the team.
In the case of that, also the teams that try to take advantage of when that happens, right? They can actually steal away that diamond too, if they happen to be popping and try to steal it away. So there's always going to be a lot of ways to actually play this game, but it's going to be always in the process of making it even fun, even better. Do drop your opinion in the comment too. Which do you think will be the best way to actually make it more fun in the future? But for today, I think AKG pretty much get themselves the best team across these two groups.
Yeah, without a doubt, right? They were the best team in the previous round, and now they're also the best team just by a small margin here. Small margin of like what, 9,000 between FaZe Clan and AKG. That is really small there. But we also can see the trend that FaZe Clan coming up with 8-player eliminations. They are truly going for eliminations this time. Same goes for 7-9. There's no round without eliminations for them. But that's the way that they're going to play this. And for FaZe Clan, playing the way that they're playing, focusing more on eliminations, they still have a small margin with AKG. So this could be a formula that works for them in the long run.
I feel like FaZe Clan taking those elimination numbers, maybe they are quite getting it personal, especially on Sakura's side, because he got knocked down early on, despite he was trying not to engage in any fight. So maybe that's the main reason, like, okay, you want to fight so much, okay, we're going to fight all the way through this map. But when it comes to AKG, it's going to be BD this time. There's going to be redemption time. After, you know that last week he didn't make it through for his extraction point, but this time he actually scored it back for the lineup of AKG with 4 million as his earnings. Now, speaking of trying to fix and, damage control, what he did last week definitely did a comeback here for BD.
Yeah, and after buying multiple dinners for the other teammates, well, at least he also redeemed himself in the actual game mode, right? So yeah, great work by BD by coming up with 4 million and no player eliminations, but no player eliminations at all for the entire AKG. So it's understandable there. And these 4 million, if you think about it, it is actually close to the whole of AKG's earnings this round.
Yeah, that's kind of true. I want to see when it comes to tally up the scores, how much they actually score at the entire day. Is it hitting that 15 millions or not? Because every single round they had a really good run. And like you mentioned before, it's nice to see a Thai region team finally make a bit of a jump here. So, because we have seen a lot of Indonesia domination so far, I think across 2 weeks in a row by now.
Yeah, especially with Fellas ID, of course. And if it's not Fellas ID playing, then there will be another Indonesian team actually putting up a performance and also putting up their flags up in the overalls as the best team in every round. So, but that also means that they should be still on top in the overall charts. Although being on top it's cool, it's great, but also what's important is that as long as you can get enough points to be in the grand finals, that's okay. So even though other teams might be looking to themselves like, oh, we are not on top, but the objective again is to gain entry into the grand finals, and if they're able to do that, but just by being at 4th or 5th place every week, it's still job done.
Yep. But the main question is going to be, we still don't know about our top 6 teams here when it comes to getting themselves to the grand finals. So we're waiting for the overall scores. Thanks to the humongous amount of millions and millions and too many zeros and numbers on there, the calculation will have to take some time. I hope one day we get a bit of a change when it comes to the scores. I don't know how they will try to exchange a currency out of it, but that's a lot of numbers, man.
Yeah, it reminds me of the Battle Royale mode, right? When we started off, the first version ever, scores would easily go in the hundreds, in the thousands, right? That sort of big number, and it starts to scale down over time. So maybe this game mode will be the same as well. You start off with millions, and then it starts to scale down to maybe thousands, and that will be a number that probably would be easier on the eyes.
It's probably easier for our production crew and the stat keeper to keep up as well. Oh my god, so many zeros in this game. If only it's gonna be real money now, that's gonna be fun to feel as the players. If you can actually ka-ching it out into real-time money, man, there's gonna be a lot of numbers for our all bank accounts. But AKG FaZe Clan actually have quite a similar amount of total points.
Yeah, so very close, about 9,000 difference, but very different strategy. Like what we see AKG, they went straight onto the buy warehouse. They played all the way there. And FaZe Clan, they were busy with other teams as well. But gotta give it to the FaZe Clan, especially Kim Tony, who actually pulled off a very good run there with at least 4 eliminations. And not only the 4 eliminations, but as he eliminates players, he's able to collect their loot. So that's how they came close to being the number 1 team in this round. But when it matters is now the overall ranking. So congratulations to FaZe Clan and welcome to them in the page 1.
Yep, FaZe Clan AKG especially, what a huge jump compared to their last week performance there. And HLV, despite they have some difficulties in their run before, it seems like it paid well for their performance too. I mean, the gap between the 2nd and 3rd place is quite humongous, but the gap in between 3rd, 4th, 5th, down to maybe 6th team, yeah, it's not too much either compared to only Team Mantap. Unfortunately, I mean, they're playing in the sea area and just around the shoreline did not work well for them.
Yeah, so not even a million collected by Team Mantap overall, so that will root them at number 12. So they will gain minimum weekly points for this week. The other close ones, right? MCR and MOM, they are just having a difference of about 9k. So yeah, that's something for them to reflect on as well. And we will be locking in the points for week number 2 at FLS. Boom Esports on top now.
Yep. For FLS, I mean, Fellas ID, there's no contention towards all the other teams out there. They're definitely taking domination across the entire board, across the entire week. So no surprise for them to get into the grand final. Same for the side of Boom and FaZe Clan. But it's quite interesting between these three teams, right? Boom, FaZe Clan, and HLV. Except for week number 1, they have some difficulty for HLV. And Sam9 played like how AKG played it today. That's why they have more points than they had last week, and they have lesser points now. AKG, look at how much of difference in week 1 and week 2, by the way.
Yeah, the most improved team. Wow, week 1, last place, 1 point. But week 2, 13 points collected, so 14 points. But they need to do a little bit more on week number 3 to be in the top 6. And speaking about week number 3, this will be the grouping. And we will be back on to next Saturday, same time, same channel. And we're going to start off with Group A versus Group B. But we're going to reshuffle the groups again. So got to hold your horses to find out who is actually in Group A, B, C, and D.
And not just the reshuffle of the group, we have a very big high value loot for the maps as well. We're speaking about Arctic Base and Misty Port at the same time. Now this is going to be very different when it comes to their loadout, but when it comes to the numbers, I mean, good luck for production crew as well as the man stats person. There's going to be a lot of numbers to deal with by the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're used to looking at like the millions, right? The 7 digits, the 8 digits, right? Yeah. It is something that at least gives a different, fresh vibe to like the whole PUBG Mobile series as compared to like regularly we're looking at like double digit or like triple digit at most. So yeah, it's a fresh take on even on the visuals, even on like how the economics is this. But we will be coming back here on next week, ladies and gentlemen, Saturday, same time, same channel. For now, we'll wrap this one now. So my name is so glad to get with Choo Choo. We'll see you guys again in the future. Bye.